Before we begin the opening ceremony, we have a few housekeeping rules. First, participants from Zoom meeting 5 minutes before the conference begins, using a real name with a formal name underscore institution. Don't forget to fulfill the list of attendees that committee has provided. During the conference, for all participants, you have to make sure your microphone is mute and your camera is on. Before we begin the opening, housekeeping notes. All participants from Zoom 5 minutes before the conference begins, using a real name, underscore institution, and during the conference, you have to make sure the microphone is on. Good morning, ladies. It's Rosalind for to be master ceremony on Wednesday, 2 November 2022 in our big event, the second International Conference on Management. In this beautiful moment, I would like to greet our incredible speaker today. It is truly an honor to have you here. The Honorable Director of Health Worker, Ministry of Health Worker Indonesia, Dr. Gigi Ariyanti Anaya, MKM. The Honorable Director of Health Polytechnic of East Kalimantan, Dr. Manajemen Haji Supriyadi B, SKP, MK. The Honorable our keynote speaker today, first speaker, Professor and BCLA Lactation Rokiah Don, member UA local from Asia, Center of Excellence for Science of East Kalimantan, Center of Excellence Health Polytechnic of East Kalimantan. Honorable, along with all staff, the Honorable Head of Department and Study Program, Health Polytechnic of East Kalimantan, educational personnel, as well as all the webinar participants we are proud of. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. And gratitude to Allah who has given us guidance, happiness, and healthiness to help our international conference on lactation. The theme of today's international conference is Step Up for and Support to Prevent Stunting in the First 1,000 Days of Life. Participants can see this YouTube is by excellent technology Health Polytechnic East Kalimantan with more than 500 registered. Nggak kelihatan kah? Tes. 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 Tes 1 2.
Recording in progress.
Audience, please be seated. In order to have our seminar run conducively, let us invite Mr. Dhani Sartika, Iclm, to lead us in prayer. To Mr. Dhani, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to as of your belief. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, hamdan yuwafi ni'mahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi.
Recording stopped.
Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wal afiyatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilm wa barakatan fil rizqi wa taubatan qabla al maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma ighfir lana wa li walidayna wa li jami'il muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibu da'wat ya qadiyal hajat. Oh Allah, today Saturday, November 2nd, 2022, in this beautiful day, together here to bring about an international conference. Make this international conference as a useful session assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experience of scholar, research, and various disciplines. May the conference, the organs today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine on ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive person with will both dignity of our nation. Oh Allah,
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Cek. Ulang. Nyala. Tes. Tes. Ulang nih. Report of the Head of Committee by Miss Grace Carol Sipasulta, M.Cup, SP.Cup, Math. To Miss Grace, time is yours.
Tes. Oke. Greeting from Samarinda, arrival site Mahakam in its Borneo, Indonesia. Assalamualaikum, salam, namo buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera, salam kebajikan. Good morning to all of us who have attended this virtual meeting. May God bless this event from beginning to the end. The Honorable Director General of Indonesia Health Worker of Indonesia Ministry of Health, Director of Health Polytechnic of its Kalimantan, our speaker from Taiwan, Malaysia, and Indonesia, all oral presentation, poster, and all participants. I'm truly delighted to welcome you today to event which will give us an opportunity not only to shine a light on this important issue, but also the underlying on importance attached sustainability in breastfeeding behavior. Because in breastfeeding need a lifetime commitment for all of us and inextricably like linked to the health of our nation. It's been our determination to contribute to the topic and guide us here. We now conduct this international forum to develop insight and improve the understanding, the competence in the field of lactation management, to share patient and current information on this issue. As we know, this endeavor cannot roam alone. It requires multidiscipline collaboration and contribution. Enlightened by that, this event target lecture, staff, health worker, lactation expert, student, and also public to be kept informed. Poltekkes and its Center of Excellence in the field of lactation participate in increased awareness of the importance of breastfeeding. It is benefit to the health and well-being of infant and mother because educating mother and family. Hopefully bring on sustainable supportive behavior in the community as the system where breastfeed mom exists. By providing exclusive and continue breastfeeding for up to 2 years for mother, support is needed from the family, especially husband and other close family member. So the breastfeeding practice are successfully by providing a breastfeeding friendly environment for all mother at home and at work. At the end, this conference, we hope that participants will not only gain current knowledge from the invaluable experience of experts, but also be inspired to produce plan to be implemented and action to be continued so that our goal of sustainable breastfeeding behavior can significantly contribute to reduce stunting rate in Indonesia and the world. I sincerely appreciate the hard work of all a community member and attention also assistance for many that bring us together today. As a team leader, I must say our team did the best. Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success. And that brings us to the end. I'd like to thank you for your time and attention today. Thank you so much. Memang.
We would like to invite our Director of Health Polytechnic of East Kalimantan to deliver a welcome speech to the Honorable Dr. Management Haji Supriyadi B. SKP MKep. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon everyone. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah, amma ba'du. The Honorable Director General of Health Workers Ministry of Health Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya MKM. The Honorable the Deputy Directors in Health Polytechnic East Kalimantan. The Honorable all the speakers, the Honorable the Head of Study Program in Health Polytechnic East Kalimantan, the Honorable the Head of Division in Health Polytechnic East Kalimantan, the Honorable the Head of Health Department in the Province of East Kalimantan, the Honorable the Head of Health Laboratories, Health Training Center in the Province of East Kalimantan, the Honorable Directors of Hospitals in the Province of East Kalimantan, the Honorable Rectors and Directors of all health education institutions in the Province of East Kalimantan, the Honorable the Head of Professional Association and Organization, and all participants of international webinar who have participated in this conference. At first, let us thank to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who give us the healthy so we can gather in this place. Moreover, let us praise salawat and greeting to the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam who has brought us out of dark age to the bright age of today. We hope for his blessing on the end of your meal. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the 2nd of November 2022 and the COVID-19 pandemic has still not ended yet. However, we must happy and grateful because we have gathered here to carry out this international webinar with the theme the second international conference on lactation management. Step up for breastfeeding, educate and support to prevent stunting in the first 1000 days of life. This webinar is also a program from the Center of Excellence for Science and Technology at Polytechnic of East Kalimantan. The first 1000 days of life, also known as the golden window of opportunity, is the period wherein good nutrition must be given to mother and child to ensure the child proper growth and development. This period starts from pregnancy until the child's second birthday. However, the successful of Nutrition during the first 1000 days of life cannot be achieved when growth faltering happens. Stunting is the impaired growth and development that children experience from poor nutrition, repeated infection, and inadequate psychosocial stimulation. Children are defined as stunt if their height for height is more than 2 standard deviation below the WHO child growth standard median. Stunting in early life, particularly in the first 1000 days from conception until the age of 2, impaired growth has adverse functional consequences on the child. Some of these consequences include poor cognition and educational performance, low adult weight, low productivity, and when accompanied by excessive weight gain later in childhood, and increased risk of nutrition-related chronic disease in adult life. Good nutrition, health and proper care in the first 1000 days give the child the best start to life. So, how can we ensure good nutrition in the first 1000 days of life? Exclusive breastfeeding become one of the ways to ensure good nutrition in the first 1000 days of life, especially during and after COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, according to data from the 2021 National Basic Health Research Survey, Rikesdas 2021, 52.5% or only half if 2.3 million infants or less than 6 months of age are exclusively breastfed in Indonesia, representing a 12% decline from 2019. Then early initiation of breastfeeding rate also decreased from 58.2% in 2019 to 48.6% in 2021. Breastfeeding is ever more critical now as the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has strained the health system in Indonesia, making counseling and skilled lactation support far less accessible. A national survey by the Ministry of Health in 2021 found that less than 50% of mothers and caregivers of children under the age of 2 received breastfeeding counseling during the pandemic. The situation has been worsened by ongoing practice of inappropriate marketing of breast milk substitutes. Ladies and gentlemen, according to some topic in this webinar, we present the speakers who are truly competent, but both as academic and practitioner. The topic raised are also the latest issues in the health sector, which are certainly interesting and important to study. The first, San Fang Wang, PhD, RN, CNM, IBCLC, President of China's Lactation Consultant Lactation. Second, Rokiah John, FNSM, World Alliance for Breastfeeding Action. Third, Eli Rahmawati, SSTMKes, Center of Excellence for Science and Technology Health Polytechnic, East Kalimantan. Fourth, I Gede Andika Sukarya, SSTM Imun, Center of Excellence for Science and Technology Health Polytechnic, East Kalimantan. Through this webinar, we hope that it can improve our knowledge about the effort that we can do to optimize lactation management to prevent stunting in Indonesia, especially for each region or province in Indonesia. We are very grateful to the participants who have enthusiastically participated in this webinar. I'll also thank to all speakers who have spread their time to share their knowledge to us And thank you to all deputy directors, the head of division, and the head of study program in Health Polytechnic East Kalimantan, and all committee of this webinar. I hope that this webinar will provide many benefits, especially in updating information about lactation management for all of us. Amin ya robbal alamin. Success for Health Polytechnic East Kalimantan, and thank you for today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for Mr. Supriyadi for your welcome speech for all of us. And now, welcome speech from Director General of Health Worker, Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia, and will be officially begin our webinar today. To the Honorable Dr. Gigi Ariyanti Anaya, MKM, time is yours.
And greeting to all of us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan. Distinguished Director of the Health Polytechnic East Kalimantan and all the faculty members, our guest speaker, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let's praise Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the God Almighty, for all of His grace, so that today we can attend the international conference on lactation management held by Health Polytechnic of East Kalimantan. I share my gratitude and appreciation to all of the faculty members of the Health Polytechnic East Kalimantan for organization this seminar, which focus on important topic. Step up for breastfeeding, educate and support to prevent stunting in the first 1,000 days of life. Distinguished participant, the first 1,000 days of life is a golden period of growth and development of children, and period that determine the long-term development of intelligence. This period starts from when the baby is born and until 24 months old. Lack of the nutrition fulfillment in the first 270 days of life or pregnancy period can cause various health problems for the mother and baby. One of the health problems that affect babies is stunting or short stature due to chronic malnutrition. Malnutrition is a global problem, including in Indonesia. WHO data estimate that 178 million children under 5 have problems with stunted physical and brain growth due to stunting. In Indonesia, the prevalence of stunting is quite high when we compare to other countries such as in ASEAN, and based on the Asian Food of the Nutrition Report 2021, the prevalence of the stunting in Indonesia 28% is better than Philippines 29%, but still higher than Vietnam 20%, Malaysia 20%, Thailand 13%, and Singapore 4%. Referring to the WHO standard, the target is to reduce the stunting prevalence by 40% in 2025 from condition in 2013. In addition, Indonesia also participates to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal, and we would like to eliminate all the malnutrition by 2030. In this case, Indonesia must accelerate the reduction of the stunting prevalence in children under 5 become 19.4% in 2024. To overcome the problem of stunting and other diseases in Indonesia, the Ministry of Health conduct transformation of health system. There are 6 pillars of the health transformation of the primary services, referral services, health security system, health financing, human resources, for health and also health technology. The Ministry of Health strengthened the primary health services through community health education, primary prevention, secondary prevention, and increasing the capacity and the capability of the primary services. Education of the community in carried out through 7 main campaigns consisting on balanced nutrition, immunization, exercise, anti-smoking, environmental sanitation and hygiene, disease screening, and medication adherence. For primary prevention, the government at routine immunization, we will add from 11 into 14 antigen and expanding health coverage throughout Indonesia. Secondary prevention is implemented through increasing antenatal care for maternal and infant health, screening for stunting, and screening for the 14 disease causing of the highest number of deaths in its 8 target. In terms of increasing the capacity and the capability of the primary services, it is carried out through the construction of the new puskesmas in 171 sub-district, the provision of the 40 essential medicine, and the fulfillment of the primary human resources for health. Dear fellow lecturer and student, lactation play an important role in stunting prevention. Lactation provides nutrient and immunoglobulin to increase the baby immunity through breast milk, and hopefully through this conference, it will improve the knowledge of the health worker, the academy, student, and community regarding lactation management to prevent stunting in Indonesia. Finally, I would like to thank to all of the participants in this conference. This conference saw the participants of the Poltekkes Kalimantan Timur to support health system transformation, especially for the primary health services. And I'm sure the health polytechnic of the East Kalimantan will always contribute to the community to improve the health status of the Indonesia more for the global community. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, for officially begin our webinar today. Now to all the participants, our next agenda is presentation for our keynote speakers. But before our speaker give the presentation, I would like to say for all participants, you have to make sure your microphone is mute and your camera is on, so we can focus on our keynote speakers. And now please welcome to our moderator today, Dr. Dwi Prihatin Era, MKep SPK MB as the moderator. To Miss Era, time is yours.
Poltekkes Kemenkes Kaltim terletak di kota Samarinda. Samarinda merupakan ibu kota Provinsi Kalimantan Timur dan kota terbesar di Pulau Kalimantan. Seluas 718 km persegi dengan jumlah penduduk kurang lebih 1 juta jiwa. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Kalimantan Timur sebagai satuan kerja Badan Layanan Umum mempunyai tugas pokok yakni menghasilkan tenaga kesehatan yang siap kerja, profesional, dan berkompeten.
Saat ini Poltekkes Kalimantan Timur berada di 3 lokasi. Lokasi pertama kami beri nama Kampus A, berada di Jalan Kurnia Makmur. Tempat saya berada sekarang di gedung direktorat, kemudian untuk perkantoran, kemudian ada gedung jurusan gizi dan dietetika dan gedung jurusan promosi kesehatan, lalu ada gedung jurusan teknik laboratorium medik. Kemudian kampus B berada di Jalan Walter Mongisi di Samarinda. Di sana ditempati oleh 2 jurusan, jurusan
jurusan keperawatan dan jurusan kebidanan.
Dan satu lagi kampus C kami di Jalan MT Haryono Balikpapan ditempati oleh Prodi D3 Kebidanan Balikpapan.
Poltekkes Kemenkes Kaltim telah terakreditasi B oleh Ban PT dengan nomor 61 garing SK garing Ban PT garing Akred garing PT garing 4 garing 2018. Saat ini Poltekkes Kemenkes Kaltim memiliki 5 jurusan, yaitu keperawatan, kebidanan, teknologi laboratorium medis, gizi dan dietika, serta promosi kesehatan dengan 12 program studi jenjang Diploma 3, Diploma 3 Keperawatan, Diploma 3 Kebidanan Samarinda, Diploma 3 Kebidanan Balikpapan, dan Diploma 3 Teknologi Laboratorium Medis, jenjang Sarjana Terapan, Sarjana Terapan Keperawatan, Sarjana Terapan Kebidanan, Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietika, serta Sarjana Terapan Promosi Kesehatan. Jenjang profesi, pendidikan profesi nurse, dan pendidikan profesi bidan. Poltekkes Kaltim juga merupakan satu-satunya institusi pendidikan kesehatan di Kaltim dan Kaltara yang memiliki prodi pendidikan jarak jauh, yaitu prodi PJJ Diploma 3 Keperawatan dan prodi PJJ Diploma 3 Kebidanan. Penambahan prodi lain terus diupayakan. Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi dilaksanakan dengan komitmen tinggi dan berinovasi, mengikuti perkembangan teknologi seperti penggunaan sistem informasi akademik atau SIAKAD. Pembelajaran dilakukan secara luring dan daring dengan kurikulum yang selalu dikembangkan. Jumlah penelitian setiap tahun mengalami peningkatan yang memuaskan. Pengabdian masyarakat yang dilakukan berdampak langsung ke masyarakat manfaatnya. Poltekkes Kemenkes Kaltim mendidik mahasiswa untuk memiliki karakter tangguh, peduli, jujur, dan cerdas atau tali judas. Mahasiswa dipersiapkan kompetensi dan kemampuan soft skill, fleksibilitas, BEM, HMJ, HMD sebagai organisasi kemahasiswaan untuk berkreasi. Unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM mendapat perhatian dan fasilitas. Kerjasama yang terjalin dengan pihak lain terus ditingkatkan seperti study exchange. Layanan terhadap alumni didukung dengan sistem informasi legasi dokumen akademik atau SIDOKA dalam rangka menunjang kegiatan pembelajaran praktik dan mengasah kemampuan skill mahasiswa. Poltekkes Kemenkes Kaltim didukung dengan laboratorium terpadu. Beberapa laboratorium unggulan seperti mini hospital, ruang operasi, lab kimia, lab mikrobiologi, lab kuliner, lab OSCE, lab ANC, hingga lab komputer. Peralatan praktik sesuai dengan standar laboratorium dan diupayakan alat terbaru yang digunakan di fasilitas kesehatan sehingga lulusan telah mengenal alat dan siap kerja. Perpustakaan terpadu Poltekkes Kemenkes Kaltim dapat dikunjungi langsung maupun secara daring. Judul buku yang dimiliki lebih dari 1000 judul. Beberapa layanan dapat diakses melalui website poltekkes-kaltim.ac.id seperti repositori online, jurnal online, dan peminjaman buku online. Poltekkes Jaya, BLU Poltekkes Kemenkes Kaltim, keren, kreatif, efektif, responsif, efisien, never give up.
Poltekkes Jaya, mahasiswa belajar, belajar, belajar.
Megawati, General Center of Excellence and Technology of Breast Milk at Polytechnic East Kalimantan. Center of Excellence and Technology of Breast Milk at Polytechnic East Kalimantan was formed to interaction of the health agency for the development and empowerment of health human resource on strengthening the internal quality assurance system. This instruction is aimed at optimizing health resource at the Polytechnic of Ministry of Health. The Center of Excellence and Technology of Breast Nutrition aims to become a reference center for the use of science, research, community service to development breast milk technology and create a healthy and independent society. The Center of Excellence and Technology of Breast Milk mission is to become a center for development of breast milk technology. The second, become a national reference in the development of standardized breast milk technology. The third, develop applied-based breast milk technology. Technology of breast milk include research article on breastfeeding, box storage of breast milk, breastfeeding consult and food ingredient to increase breast milk production, such as moringa pudding, cookies moringa olivera, nugget kalakai, biskuit kudaka, cookies banana, lumpia jantung pisang, and others.
Okay, welcome to the second international conference on lactation management. We welcome you from Samarinda, the capital city of East Kalimantan province, with me, Dwi Prihatin Era, as the moderator. This conference is a virtual scientific meeting held in Zoom platform. As a preface, allow me to inform and to remind us all that our whole Polytechnic is committed to continuing to be active in scientific development and sharing knowledge about current trends and issues related to lactation management. Aforementioned by the Chief of Committee before, Ibu Grace Sipasulta, there will be several topics in this big theme that will be
Recording in
delivered
progress.
by experts we've invited from all around the world. Actually, the health workers have worked hard to promote the practice of breastfeeding, but often this practice is not carried out by mothers due to several factors. So, the question is, why is this behavior not endured? And what are the consequences? And what's a healthcare strategy in maintaining the sustainability of breastfeeding behavior among mothers? I want to greet our first speaker, an expert from Tushi General Hospital, Associate Professor from Nursing Department, Tushi University of Science and Technology, Taiwan. Actively involved in lactation and breastfeeding project. With experience in more than 30 years as a nurse and midwife, as we go over her curriculum vitae, she is really a role model for all of us and inspiration for all health workers, and with her activity and contribution.
She is a certified assessor, international board certified lactation consultant, and also an honored president of Chinese Lactation Consultant Association. Please welcome the Honorable Xu Fang Wang, PhD from Taiwan. Hello, Dr. Wang. How are you? Okay. I'm sorry, but I cannot hear.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes, of course. Hello, Dr. Wang. How are you?
Hi, good morning, everyone. And thank you for the lovely introduction. And yes, I breastfed 3 of my children. I wish that can be kind of a role model. Okay.
Of course.
And it's been a great honor to be participant in this webinar conference, especially have such a wonderful video you just showed. And first, here is my disclosure. I have no conflict of interest for this activity.
Yeah, with us, we have so many students here in this Zoom room, and they are ready to listen to your material. We please you to start your presentation, Dr. Wang.
Okay, okay. And so, can you see my presentation now?
Yes, I can see that.
Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Okay, before I start it, I would like to give you some background about where I come from. Taiwan used to be called Formosa. It's a beautiful island, and it's very small, and located in the Northwest Pacific region. Compared to Indonesia, the domain of Indonesia is nearly 53 times the size than Taiwan. But even though Taiwan is really small and beautiful, you are more than welcome to visit me. And as the honored president of Chinese Lactation Consultant Association, allow me to introduce you the 3 stage of lactation support competency certification. And maybe a lot of you quite familiar with the IBCLC, which is an international board certified lactation consultant, founded in 1985. It's quite historical. However, 2015, we find out only the paper exam may not be fit into our culture. Therefore, we found a new competence certification. And if you are interested in these 3 stages, we provide for the different postpartum family needs. For the basic level, there will be a lactation assistant to help the mother. For the Chinese people, we have a special culture. It's called the doing the month. So during the whole month, you might need someone to accompany you. Then this person can certify as a lactation assistant. And someone like the student and me, we work in the hospital, you might have to certify like as the lactation instructor. Or someone you like me, you really want to become the specialty, the expert in the breastfeeding field. So, and also to serve to the Chinese speaker in the worldwide. So you might like to certify as a lactation consultant. Different from the IBCLC, we're quite proud to say that we have, except the paper exam, we have the OSCE, the Objective Structured Clinical-Based Evaluation. So if you are interested in our certification, you might like to scan the QR code at the very end of my talk. Okay, let's back to the main talk for today. The golden standards in infant and child nutrition, according to WHO and UNICEF, you might heard many times in earlier today. The optimal breastfeeding is vital to the lifelong good health and well-being. not just for the newborn baby, but for the woman also. So how can we reach to the optimal breastfeeding status? There are three key points concepts. First, early initiation of the breastfeeding within 1 hour of birth. And then, exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months of life. Continued breastfeeding up to 2 years of life and beyond, with introducing the nutritional, adequate, and safe complementary food at the 6 months. According to the WAPA website, scaling up the breastfeeding can actually prevent 20,000 maternal deaths annually and 823,000 deaths for the children annually. More important, breastfeeding can actually prevent $302 billion in economical losses annually. Why? Because I believe most of us aware that breastfeeding as part of the good nutrition, food security, and also we call the gender equity. No matter your educational background, your social economical status, no matter your race, almost every woman, if you really want to breastfeed, I believe with the support, protect from the people surrounding a woman, they can reach the goal, the optimal breastfeeding goal. So actually, breastfeeding is kind of a golden standard for reduction of inequality worldwide. Here is Diane, 22 years old. She decides not to return to the work because she really wants to keep the exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months. We need more Diane in Indonesia or in everywhere in Taiwan. Because according to the data from the 2021 National Basic Health Researchers Survey, there are 52.5% of the children under 6 months old were breastfed. What does the 52.5% mean? Of course, compared to my country, this figure is awesome to me. However, that also means only half of the 2.3 million infants they were breastfed for the first 6 months. 52.5%. Maybe it's good enough figure. However, in Indonesia, there's also representing a 12% decline since 2019. That's why we get together. We need more Diane. According to a study from the Eastern Indonesia, the researcher include 408 children aged of 6 to 24 months from the 14 village. 61% of the sample, they were exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months. And the result shows 20% decreased stunting in the poorer household. And even better for the wealthier family, the stunting preventing rate increased to 50%. That's why we need more Diane. Let me give you some facts about the stunting. We heard many times earlier today, stunting is what happened to a children's brain and body when they don't get the right kind of food or nutrients in their first 1,000 days of life. How sad. Nearly 40% of children in the poor countries have their growth stunted by the malnutrition. This malnutrition can cause the brain development improperly. If the baby's brain or body cannot develop properly, these malnutrition children are less able to learn, causing them to have a lower earning in their later life. Now, I really like to invite every one of you, repeat after me in your heart. Stunting. It's not just about being short or small. I invite you to repeat, to talk to your heart. Stunting is not just being short or small. Stunting is impaired growth and development children experience from poor nutrition and repeated infection and inadequate psychosocial stimulation, according to World Health Organization. What the cost of the stunting? If the children in their first 1,000 days suffered from stunting, they will cost the short term, the middle term, and the long term result. From the short term, the stunted children are 4 times more likely to die than the children who were not. In the middle term, the stunting can reduce the IQ by as much as 11 points compared to the children who were not. And for the income, like I mentioned earlier, the adults who are stunted, they will earn less than 22% who the adults when they were children who were not stunted. And for the long term, a stunting child, not just an individual issue, a stunting child, that's a national issue. Because stunting contributes to losses in GDP as high as 60% in the country like Ethiopia. Maybe the same situation will be like in Indonesia. That's why we get together. President Joko set a loyalty goal of significantly reducing the prevalence of stunting from 24.4 to 40% of the children by the time he completes his second term in 2024. That's the data I Google and find out. I wish, I bless this loyalty goal can reach earlier than 2024. What excited. If the government, if the president make the wish and say the word, then I think it's kind of an experiment for all of us, because the cycle of stunting the children now is a cycle. When the children grow up, become the young girl, one day the young girl get pregnant, they will continue this kind of a malnutrition, then giving birth an underweight baby. The circle will run and run and run. The effect of stunting are intergenerational. The stunting are intergenerational. So what we can do as a nurse, let me give you some theoretical background to support and to emphasize how important as a nurse, we have to do something to prevent the stunting in the first 1,000 days of life. Dr. David Baker popularized the idea about the fetal origins of adult diseases. Dr. Baker made a lot of research. His research team published a lot of papers to emphasize how important the fetal development period. We have to pay attention, not just for the nutrition, but also the psychological and the environmental. If you want to learn more detail, you might like to Google Dr. Baker and the fatal oranges of adult disease. Another theory, Duha. I think a lot of you quite familiar with the Duha theory. Duha means the development oranges of health and diseases. You know, that's a lie. You cannot say you are always healthy, or you will never always stay in a status of get sick. It's a floating. It depends on what you do now. So the Duha theory trying to pass a message that is, when you are pregnant, you thought you are carrying your future baby. No, it's more than your future baby. The Duha theory try to stress the importance of nutrition and the psychosocial status for a pregnant woman. The Duha emphasize that when you are pregnant, you are actually carrying your future grandchild. Now, I really like to invite you, repeat after me in your hearts. Stunting are intergenerational. No matter you have children or not, no matter you are the girl or you are the married woman, or you are pregnant right now. Maybe you are like me, being a grandma. Always remember the Duha theory and also the Dr. Baker mentioned about the food. You are not carrying a baby of yourself, or you are not just a grandma. You are doing something for the human future, because the action you take now, they can pass on generational, and generationally. So what we can do if we don't take any action? Dr. Siragas, according to Dr. Siragas' paper and his speech, the cost of not breastfeeding in Indonesia, Dr. Siragas concludes that because of the popular of breast milk substitute market in Indonesia, stop the woman to continue breastfeeding to reach the optimal breastfeeding goal. And also because of the lack of lactation room, maybe because of the culture, to breastfeed in public maybe can be a dilemma for a lot of the people in Indonesia. And also the last one, a lot of Indonesian women, they need back to work. Otherwise, their income, their family income will reduction. So that is Dr. Seeger include the three main reasons for the woman in Indonesia not continue breastfeeding. And also, his study shows that the woman stop breastfeeding and return to the work. Actually, the health expenses can cost up to 1.5 to 9.4 billion US dollar annually. And if the government can extend the maternity leave to at least 3 months long, then the cost of the maternal leave investment actually is around nearly 65,000 US dollar for longer maternity leave. Clever like you and me, we can clearly see how the huge differences. The woman return to work and the baby might get sick, or you might have to take day off to take your baby to see a doctor. This whole expenses can higher like 1.5 to 9.4 billion. But if we can change our strategy, then the situation is totally different. Of course, I knew here for today, as a nurse, we cannot change the national policy right now, but we can educate, we can we can speak out for the people. And also, the popular breast milk substitute commercial, we might not able to do very huge differences, but we can educate the family. We can speak out what the importance of breastfeeding is. And I like to make an example about the lack of lactation rate. In the photo I just took, and I think maybe a week ago, this is my student. We just have a meeting, afternoon tea, in the park. And you can see her baby needs breastfeeding. And what she did. As simple as that. A scarf. We only need just a scarf. Of course, as a nurse, we can educate the public. Breastfeeding is nature. Breastfeeding mother is beautiful. Breastfeeding family, they are doing something good for the human future. If we can change the public thoughts, then maybe we don't need a lactation room. All we need is a beautiful scarf. Cover the mother and the baby. So, every US $1 spent on reducing stunting in Indonesia generates 48 US dollar return in economical situation. Won't you say that is the best investment of preventing stunting? So take action now. Maybe we can write an email to the government. Start action now. Maybe we can open the antenatal class and show the mother how we can breastfeed in public or in the workplaces. Just need a piece of scarf. The power of the first 1,000 days. We mentioned many times, what does the 1,000 days mean? Start from the day you get pregnant until your children's the second birthday. May I quote the Lady Mistral, the winner of Nobel Prize in Literature 1945. We are guilty of many errors and many frauds. But our worst crime is abandoning the children, neglecting the fountain of life. Many of the things we need actually can wait, but the children can't. Right now is the time, because the children's bones are being formed. His blood is being made, and his sense are being developed. To the children, we will never say later or tomorrow, because for the children, this man is now, is today. So let's take some action. What the nurse can do in promote, protect, and support breastfeeding to prevent stunting for their first 1,000 days. Let's focus on the pregnancy period. I would introduce you from the physical, psycho, and social demand. Educate and support a pregnant woman. Eat properly, eat well. Here I'm saying that eat well doesn't mean really nice, expensive food, but properly. We have to educate a pregnant family how to buy the adequate food, which will include rich in the folic acid, iron, calcium, zinc, protein, vitamin C, and fiber. Of course, you can have some meat, chicken, or red meat, but not just always need meat, rich in the iron and protein. And you can take like a vegetable, like a cauliflower, like a cabbage. That's all rich in iron, calcium, and protein. So we have to accompany our pregnant family how to choose the food, demonstrate to them and how to eat well, because the pregnant women are actually forming the future of the children. From the psychological part, we knew what does the health mean, not just the physical, because the psychological part can have a huge impact to the physical state, healthy status. So we have to educate and support a pregnant family. What we can do to increase a pregnant woman meet her happy chemical, to increase the dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and endorphin, which can keep the mother in a positive feeling. That will also increase the positive effect for the food we take. The exercise we do can boost the healthy effect. Let's try to make the pregnant woman keep calm and beloved. It's simple. Say something nice. It's simple. Always ask, how are you today? It's simple. Just pay attention to a pregnant woman's mood. Reach out and hold her hand. Then she can feel cared, loved. Because theoretically, the psychological nutrition can actually influence the mother's pregnant result, called intrauterine memory. According to the scholar Hepper and Len, their study shows that newborn does respond to perinatal stimulation and maternal voices by the autonomic and neuronal. So what exciting, just simple, encourage, support a pregnant family, talk to the baby, touch the belly, and meditate with the mother. That the mother can increase the serotonin, the oxytocin, we call love hormone. For the environmental parts, I'm so sad to tell you, I think you all agree, our ocean is poisoned, air is poisoned, and all the instruments we use, the colorful plastic, and also the vegetables, the food we eat. Remember, because of the whole globally warming or globally environmental damage, the more pesticide used, then our vegetable can be poisoned. What we can do to protect our pregnant woman from the environmental poison? Maybe it's not just for the pregnant woman. Actually, it's for the everyday, everybody. We have to reduce use of the one-time instrument. Try to use the cup instead of the plastic one. Try to cooking at home and not take out. Use a lot of paper bags or plastic bag. So if we can take action, everyone now, you actually contribute to prevent stunting in the future. Are you with me or not? If you are, please knock your door, knock your head, and put your hand on your heart and say, yes, I will try to take some action. I will reduce to use the one-time use instrument. Everyone reduce one-time use instruments, then the world can be totally different. Then our pregnant woman can be a healthy life in her daily life. Okay, let's move to the big day, a well start of a new life. With a vagina birth, you can get your first probiotic. According to the scholar, they make the research and shows that if the newborn be vagina delivered, then the vagina microbiome can introduce to the newborn. Normally, it's lactobacillus, which is good for the newborn's gut development. However, in another hand, if the baby actually by cesarean section, then the newborn will contact the skin floor. Normally, it's quite often is a staphylococcus. Staphylococcus is abnormal to the newborn's gut microbiome. So that will be totally different healthy outcome. Once the newborn first contact the negative microbiome, then they can cause a lot of diseases. They will increase the risk of the diseases such as atopic, asthma, or allergic. So what we can do to protect our pregnant women have a good or positive delivery method and can cause a good positive result for the baby's future? What we can do to kind of maintain or make sure the pregnant woman can have a vaginal delivery? Anyone have any idea what we can do? Let me introduce you that I, as a midwife, I always promote and support our pregnant family do the inspiration movement together twice a day, and each time just 3 minutes. So everyone, would you please standing up? Would you please stand up now? Anyone? Stand up now and follow my video and do some exercise, inspirational, and then you will understand how important for the pregnant mother.
Okay.
Sacred,
Spot,
perfect,
talk,
wonderful,
bed,
beautiful,
yes,
sacred,
spot,
perfect,
meditation,
wonderful,
go up,
beautiful,
rest up,
journey of a
make a rocking,
giving life
forward,
to another, a bond like no other, a child and a mother, sacred, perfect,
dialogue,
wonderful,
change,
beautiful,
breath,
sacred, perfect, wonderful, beautiful, journey of a mother, giving life to another, bond like no other, child and a mother, sacred, perfect, wonderful, beautiful, sacred, perfect, wonderful, beautiful, journey of a mother, giving life to another, a bond like no other, child and a mother, secret, perfect, wonderful, beautiful, sacred, perfect, wonderful, beautiful,
yourself, love the others. Make a wish. Practice every day.
Sacred, perfect,
Talk to your fetus.
wonderful,
Stop your.
beautiful.
Always appreciate your breath. Does everyone exercising? Does everyone exercise? Okay. Here you can have you can scan the QR code. Actually, you can practice at home or you can share with your pregnant mother. It's very simple, but actually 3 minutes. A lot of mother they feel exhausted, especially for the couple. Okay. Pregnant, it will emit the happy chemical and do some physical activity to strengthen your core muscle and to communicate with your fetus. And then try to maintain the vaginal birth. And then after that, welcome a new life to our world. What the nurse can educate and support to prevent stunting. That's focus on the first day to the age of 2 of children. Also, I would like to share from the physical, psycho, and social domain. Now I would like to introduce you that maybe you are very familiar with. So I want you to pay attention to what the newborn can do to reach the nature first breastfeed.
Tataas natin yung damit. After matry.
Sana'y di magmaliw ang dati kong araw nang munti pang bata sa piling ni nanay. Nais kong makulit ang awit ni nang mahal, awit ng pag-ibig habang ako'y nasa duyan. Sana'y di magmaniw ang dati kong araw nang munti pang bata sa piling ni nanay. Nais kong maulit ang awit ni nang mahal, awit ng pag-ibig habang ako'y nasa duyan. Sa aking pagtulog na labis ang himbing, ang bantay ko'y tala, ang tanod ko'y bituin. Sa piling ni nanay, langit ay buhay. Puso kong may dusa, sabik sa ugoy ng duyan. Ang bantay ko tala, ang tanod ko'y bituin.
what a lovely scenario. I don't know the early skin-to-skin contact rate in your country, but in Taiwan, there are quite few mothers. They can actually, according to the WHO, keep the skin-to-skin contact until the baby starts his first breastfeed. I think that's a kind of nature. You can see from the video, the stepping reflex, the trunk reflex, the rooting reflex, the bobbing skin reflex. Why we need so many reflexes as a newborn? Because that's the nature for the newborn, to reach, to find out their ability, to help themselves to survive. The baby can actually reach the breast and start the first breastfeed naturally. I don't know the prevalence in your country about the skin-to-skin contact, but as a nurse, we have a responsibility to foster a friendly situation for the pregnant, for the delivery family, to have as long as they want to maintain the early skin-to-skin contact. So the baby will learn and imprint the very first imagination and won't forget forever. So that's what the nurse can do. We just provide a friendly environment to help the couple. They can stay together and they can accompany each other until the baby have the first breastfeed. Now, that is a physical and psychological part. And I would like to give you some theoretical background. Again, the parenting B theory that I proposed from 2017 and about what we knew about the physical mechanism. The baby suckling gives the signal to the breast, and the breast receives the stimulation and pass to the hypothalamus. Then the pituitary will secrete either prolactin or oxytocin. That is the physical mechanism. However, our brain perceives many different kinds of stimulation that influence the mother's mood, and it also influence what the pituitary will respond to secrete what kind of hormone. So I propose the importance of birthing experience and the bonding the mother and the relatives can connect, and also the backup support from the health professional, from the family, from the community, and also from the workplaces. And that is another topic. And now, today, I would like to focus on the break. All the mothers need to take the break. Or maybe I should say, everyone needs a break. Here, the break, I propose that including 4 domains: breastfeeding, relaxation, exercise, coaching, which include breathing in the mindfulness status, reflection combined with healing touch and self-dialogue, and the exercise from the head, neck, shoulder, arm, hand to relax yourself. And last one, compression. Compression based on the traditional Chinese medicine, the acupuncture point. I love you. It's total 5 acupuncture points related to the milk law. Okay. Then I would like to provide some evidence. The evidence of mindfulness meditation, according to the research paper, through the MRI brain scan, confirm that how the brain actually changes in the 8 weeks when practicing mindfulness meditation. Even though someone who never heard about the meditation or never practiced about the mindfulness. However, the research shows that for the cognitive, the 8 weeks practices can increase, can improve the attention span, the body awareness, can increase the creativity, and also to help the decision making and emotional regulation. And for the psychological parts, the practice meditation of mindfulness, they can decrease the depression and the anxiety and the emotional directly reactivities, the impulse, and also they can improve our behavior regulation and also can help our self-compassion and altruistic behavior. Don't blame ourselves. Just do our part. Accept who we are. That's the benefit of mindfulness meditation. That's the theoretical background for me to propose the break. So, the more I talk, the more you forgot. However, if I take you to practice, then they will become your memory. Again, I would like to invite you a little bit close your eye and try to find a really comfort situation. Sit on your seat and listen to the guidance by the audience. Let's do the break about the breathing and reflection part.
Found the own space and connect with self and enjoy in the present moment. First, put the hands on the chest where the heart is. Recite quietly with me and firmly believe. I promise myself I'm the most important. Yes, I am the most important one. Now, if there is a strong emotional reaction, that is the body responding to self. That is the inner strength. Please remember the commitment to self. I am the most important in my life. Please gently embrace self with all arms. Embrace self tightly and feel the true warmth of being with. Tell the inner child who lives in the oh my, I am me. I am the unique one. Embrace self tightly and feel the true warmth of being with. I am loved and cared for. I and self will be together forever. Now, if there is a strong emotional reaction, that is the body responding to everything you bear. That is powerful strength. Hold self tightly. Please remember the commitment to self. I am loved. I am the unique one. More important, I and self will be together forever. Now, hands relax naturally downward to support the breath. Recite quietly with me and firmly believe. I love and accept my present self. I believe in the nature of life. I nurture myself with love and joy. I can perform my wit, my courage, and my self-worth. I am relieved from the past. I am safe. I accept all kinds of feelings and experiences in my life. Put the hands together on the chest, where the heart is beating. Recite quietly with me and firmly believe. I know that I am important and I am unique. I accept all aspects of myself. All that is past can be forgiven. I'm flexible and comfortable with any situation. I thank my body. I admire every experiences of my life. I enjoy life every day, every moment. Therefore, I'm satisfied and I'm secure. I am peaceful and powerful. I have the right of choice. I am a decision maker. I choose my own life. I knew my wishes will eventually come true because I love the energetic self now, and I love you. Okay, now you can gently move yourself and back from the present moment. The practices has ended now.
Okay, now you can back to the present moment. Everyone needs a break. No one can force a woman to breastfeed, just like no one can force a baby to suck. Only when the mother and the children, they want to. So the woman and the mother are the center. Sorry, the woman and the child are the center. So we have to protect them from the poison. Then also we have to support them in love. So take the break. Encourage the mother to do some meditation and take the deep breath just once a day. Change her mind. Then you can change her behavior and
found.
Because the third part of the exercise, because if we really want to reach the optimal breastfeeding, exclusive 6 months, and continue breastfeeding to the year of 2, that means if the mother feeds like 10 times a day and 30 minutes per time, that means in total 6 months exclusive breastfeeding means nearly 54,000 minutes for a woman to maintain a good lunge arm or a correct position. That will cause the rotator cuff tenderness. It's also known as a frozen shoulder. If we want to hold well, correct lunge arm position, and also want to carry the baby then they will have a carbon turnover syndrome. That is quite often for the pregnant woman. So we have to support and educate the exercise can benefit the mothers from stopping breastfeeding earlier. According to the scholar Fabreo, 2017, generalized the exercise benefits. The exercise can increase the circulation and anti-aging. Also, strengthens our muscle. More important, the exercise can increase the appetite to prevent a lot of diseases, heart disease, diabetes, hypertension, and etc. So the exercise actually are really important for the health. Here, not just for the baby, but also for the pregnant, for the breastfeeding mothers, they can boost in the happy chemical, and they can have a better sleep. Sleep is really important for the breastfeeding mother, and also reduce the stress and the exercise. That means increase happy chemical, the oxytocin, the prolactins secretion, and also then can improve the self-confidence. Here is the QR code. You might like to scan, then you can see the detail for the different kind of exercise, especially designed for the breastfeeding family. Here, I will just demonstrate one. It's really important and really simple, but the rest, you might like to scan the QR code, then you can see the more. Okay, now we demonstrate
for shoulder and arm exercise. Standing mentally and relaxed. 1. Inhale and raise your arms, palm facing down and crossed. 2. Exhale and open your arm outreach to the sides. 3. Inhale and arm curved inward 90 degrees. Keep it the shoulder wide. 4. Exhale and open your curved arm outreach to the side. 5. Inhale and arm curved inward 90 degrees and hold arm curved for a few seconds. Then breathe out. 6. Inhale and elbow slowly up and turn to the top. Exhale and slowly turn elbows back a large circle. Slowly back to the starting point. Let's repeat from step 1 and step 6.
Okay, take the break. Relax your arm and shoulder, which is always try to maintain a good, correct lunge arm position. That can be really soreness. So we have to educate our breastfeeding family to do the shoulder and arm exercise quite often. Not just for the shoulder and arm, also for the head, the neck, and for the palm. So if you scan the QR code, then you can see a lot of exercise later on. Okay, the last part, compression. Compression, if we give the compressive force, actually can have a big effect to stop the breast cancer. The scientists have found that squeezing your breast can actually prevent malignant breast cell from turning into breast cancer. Now, do your part in stopping breast cancer. Just hold and squeeze. They can have a really good, healthy impact. Not just for the Western medicine researches, but also for the traditional Chinese medicine. There are 5 acupuncture points, SP 16, 18, and SP 18 and 17, and in between of 2 breasts, that's called CV 17. These 5 acupuncture points is really easy to compress. I created the I love you. means I love you. Very simple, but it's really effective to the milk flow, to stop from the obstetric breast and to prevent mastitis. So follow the video.
I love you acupuncture point compression. Eye compression. There are 3 ways to make the eye compression. First, make this with both hands. Place them under the collarbone. Slowly and steady move from top to bottom through the nipple to the lower border of the breast. Pressure on the ST16 and ST18 acupoints. The second method. Open both hands naturally. Place them under bilateral arm pads. With the palm slowly and steady, gather the breast from lateral side toward the midline and stimulate SP18 acupoint. The last one. Open both hands naturally. Place them flat on the breast, below the clavicles. With the finger palms, compress slowly and steady from top to bottom along the sternum and CV17 acupoint. L compression. First, hands naturally open into an L shape. Place on bilateral axilla with the thumb and forefinger as the point on SP18, 17, and ST18 acupoints. With the palm of the hand to support the breast, inwardly and upwardly, just like a flower blossom. U compression. The hand forms U shape naturally, with the finger palms from the top of the nipple to the chest wall. Pull out the whole breast as much as possible. In this way, to relieve the pressure of the lactating glands against the chest wall. This is the I love you acupuncture point compression practices. Listen to your body.
Listen to your body. Just simple as that. Like the inspiration movement. Lift up your breast. Then you can actually, while you are waiting for the bus, while you are waiting for someone, you can just really simple to do I love, and you. Lift up your breast. From the traditional Chinese medicine, it's really benefit for preventing breast cancer and also to improve your milk flow production. Okay, that's what I'm going to share with you for today. In conclusion, what the nurse can step up for breastfeeding to prevent stunting, just simple by the education we did and support the atmosphere we forced. For the pregnancy period, a well start for the pregnant woman. Educate them. Choose the proper foods, rich in iron, calcium, protein, vitamin C, zinc, and fiber, such as cauliflower, cabbage, and meat. And also try to support the pregnant family to say something nice, just like how are you, to care about the pregnant woman's mood, meet their happy chemical, serotonin, oxytocin, and endorphin. And also everyone, not just for the pregnant family, everyone, including you and me, try to protect our earth healthier. Try to stop using the one-time use instruments. Then our ocean, our air can be clear again. That is what we can do to promote breastfeeding, to prevent the stunting. And try to encourage the mother to do some inspiration movement, strengthen the muscle tone. and also to inspire the inner wisdom, and then can maintain or help the pregnant go into a natural, normal vaginal delivery. Then the baby can introduce the positive microbiome. And then, welcome to the world. So what the nurse can do to establish a well start for a newborn baby: early skin-to-skin contact. There's no time limitation. What the nurse have to do is fostering a friendly environment and helping, educate the family to maintain the early skin-to-skin contact at least till the newborn have their first breastfeed done. And also, breastfeeding is a long way to go, 2 years and beyond. So we have to educate how the breastfeeding family to take the break. All the time, take the breathing in and breathing out. Anytime they can take a 2 minutes or 5 minute meditation and pray, tell themselves, I am self. I am not alone, and I am unique. I am the master of myself. And then, nurse, we have to educate the exercise, the head, the neck, the shoulder, to release the stress, to increase the circulation. And last one, the Chinese medicine, acupuncture points. It's not just for the breastfeeding, it's also for a healthy woman. Because we believe there's no happy family if there's no happy woman. So that is the talk for today. Let's take the break and remember, we are unique beings. We are unique human beings. We worth the best. What is the best for the baby? We start now because of Duha theory. Now take the action after the class. Then you can change the world. Thank you very much. That will be the talk for today. Any questions?
Okay.
I will turn my time to the moderator.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for everyone's attention.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Wang, for your presentation and your material. And now it's time for us to have a discussion with you, for all the participants. Please.
Sure.
Yeah, for all the participants, we welcome you to ask for question for Dr. Wang.
Any question?
We'll wait for the questions from our participants, Dr. Wang. Meanwhile, I would like to ask you one question. It's seemingly that you have a lot of experience in supporting a woman with breastfeeding with her children. Will you please share your experience and educate mothers in a developed country like Taiwan?
Okay, and thank you for the wonderful questions. As first, I would like to sorry for the cultural differences. I never visited Indonesia. I wish I could someday. And I believe that we have a lot of cultural differences. In Taiwan, I am the midwife and I'm the IBCLC. So I teach in the university most of my time, but also I have my personal breastfeeding and midwife clinic in the hospital. And for me, it's quite surprise kind of, because most of the time the mother will come, the breastfeeding, the pregnant family, they will come to the antenatal check together. I mean, the mother and the partner. And I will ask them what they are concerned about, and I will answer their concerns. And always I will do some practical and subject such like the inspiration motion. I will ask the couple to back up the mother and do the exercise in front of me. Then I can make sure they can perform after they leave the clinic. For the pregnant, for the breastfeeding family, I will always try to invite the partner to carry the newborn and help the baby put on or carry the baby to the breastfeeding mother. That is, for me, is really important part, because if I don't demonstrate how the husband can help, most of the time, the woman, they will, include everything. They carry the baby, they launch on the baby, they're breastfeeding themselves alone. And the husband, they will just, sit next to the pregnant woman, the breastfeeding mother. So that is really important to me, to invite, to include the partner, the family, the husband into your education part, and not just talking. Always remember, carry the real, manipulate the real dollar to ask the husband to carry, to help, how to put the right position for the cradle hold or the sideline breastfeeding position. So that's really, I think it's really important to practice in advance. And also, if they postpartum, they have some difficulty for breastfeeding, I will always invite the family into my clinic, because a mastitis or obstetric milk duct sometimes can cause by the quarrel happened just yesterday with the family. We call the moon lead mastitis. It's not just really infected, but a bad moon, obstetric, the mother's milk duct. So always invite the family into the clinic when you are teaching, when you are educate. That's a really important part from my point of view. I wish I could. Is that clear to your question?
Yeah, I think that's clear enough. And listen to your answer. I think the culture everywhere in the world is almost the same. That we have actually to educate not only the mother but also the husband and the extended family. Am I right?
Yeah. And how about the breastfeeding in public?
Well, in Indonesia, the government already make some policy that public place need to build a lactation room for mothers to breastfeed in public.
Okay, that's good. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's.
And in Taiwan, we used to call lactation room, but now we change to nursery room, because sometimes maybe for the bottle feed family, maybe the bottle may be breast milk, or the bottle actually inside is a formula. And no matter what inside of the bottle, I think they all need a space to look after their young. So we change to nursery room. So even you are not really lactating, you still can use that unique space.
Okay, we have one question from a student maybe, or lactation practice. She asked, does giving food in the form of rice or solid food that is chew by the mother first will affect the child growth and development?
Okay, now I'm totally with you. Actually, we are all kind of the same culture. It's the same in Taiwan. Used to the elder, they like to chew first, kind of help the the young baby, they can have a more better digestion. And here, now we try to educate the elderly not to do that. But we want, this is not means bending them, because actually when you chew the spread, sometimes actually can help the digestion. But if the person who has some kind of infective diseases, they might pass on to the children. So here we are not encouraging them, but we will try to educate them the benefit and the weakness part.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And we have someone here, maybe Ibu Endah from Poltekkes Kaltim. She would like to ask question. Silakan Ibu Endah.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity that has given Mrs. Era. Good morning, Ms. Wang. That was a great presentation. Based on your presentation, and I have some questions. Number one, regarding IBCLC, for you, what should we prepare to participate in IBCLC? And number two, this research Adiatma Siregar in Indonesia lost until 9.4 billion about cost not breastfeeding. In condition in Indonesia, formula milk should friendly from shop until supermarket, showing that many people still consume formula milk as substitute for breast milk. In Taiwan, what are the effort to stop the circulation of formula milk?
All right. Thank you for your two wonderful questions. First, about how to become an IBCLC, I believe you should, in Indonesia, they have a country coordinator. It's really easy. You just type IBLCE, then you will find your country coordinator. Then you will be easier to communicate each other, because to certify as a IBCLC, first you have to at least 95 education hours, especially specific in breastfeeding. And that is not too difficult, because I think the expert here, they can provide this 85 hours breastfeeding education. But one part is more difficult, is the breastfeeding counseling hour. You need, if you are the health professional background, you need at least 1,000 breastfeeding counseling hours. Then you have to provide some certificate to prove that you have this BC hour. Then register it, pay the exam fee. Then you can take the exam and prepare. And there's a textbook. I can email the detail about to prepare. It's called a core curriculum in lactation specialty. And if you can read that textbook, for me, I think it's quite enough. Only difficult part is the 1,000 breastfeeding counseling hours.
1,000.
And I think to contact your country coordinator is the easiest way. For the second part, I'm so sorry. Because I think it's a globally. how strong the Nestle, the we, they spend tons of money to make the beautiful commercial. And for the health department and the health organization, we don't have such kind of money to investment to promote the importance of breastfeeding. That's why there is a code set up in 1979. But here in Taiwan, we still follow by the code. Any formula, any product under age of 3, they are not allowed to make the commercial on TV. But you can put your commercial online. That's a big issue because now no one will watch TV, but everyone get online, hang on online. So that now we are trying to persuade our governor to ban, including the online commercial, but we're still working on that. We don't allow for the TV commercial, and we banned any formula company to contact the pregnant family. That's not allowed. We are not allowed any health professional to make a speech for the formula company, and also any conference are not allowed to sponsored by the formula company. That's the situation in Taiwan now.
Okay, thank you. Still it's my question. We hope that this collaboration continue such joint research, review breastfeeding journal, and some expert lecture and experts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have still more questions in the chat box, and I can make a short question that is, what about a lactation baby when the mother has breast cancer, and also how do you practice a mother to breastfeed baby with cleft palate lip?
Okay, this is a really big question for this too. I think we can open another section. And for the breast cancer, it's more important on this shared decision-making process. There's no one answer. I mean, even for the evidence, we cannot say if you are breast cancer, you cannot breastfeeding. And also, we cannot say if you have breast cancer, it's totally safe for you to breastfeeding. So it's more like a shared decision making. We provide the positive and the negative, and then we understand the situation. Then the mother has to make their own decision. No matter what kind of decision, we will accompany them and provide all the information they need. That's for the breastfeeding part. We are not banning, but we are not encouraged. But for the hot palate, this part, we will transfer to the specialty to make sure first the physical assessment, make sure the diagnosis. And then if the diagnosis is confirmed, then we will, it's not the IBCLC field, we will transfer to the physical therapist. And same, we will accompany the mother every time when they do some physical therapist section, and try, and the other part will be the same like the others. Like if the baby have the difficulty to launch on, no matter with or without hot pellet, so we will try to find a different way. Use the gravity, or we can use some instrument to help them with it. So first important is we have to make sure the diagnosis, and that is not the lactation consultant can do. So we have always transfer in time. And during the whole treatment process, we were always there because they will also consult the lactation consultant to make sure the breastfeeding goes well. Is that?
Okay, that's clear, Dr. Wang. Okay, to the second question about the cliff palate baby.
Okay, for the same. I'm sorry I didn't make it clear. For the cleft, because now if the baby, the newborn, they have the assessment to find the cleft, then they will switch to the surgical. And then they will have the palate protector all the time. Because no matter the cleft baby breastfeeding or not, they will have the risk to expiration, the expiration risk. So we will give them the protector right after the birth.
Okay. Okay, your answer is very clear. Okay, is there another question? Okay, here is one question. How to create bonding when a newborn is born to a mother who is suspected of having COVID infection, hepatitis, or other infectious disease?
Oh, no, I don't know the situation in your country, but here, almost any kind of infective diseases infected by the mother, there's not contraindication for the mother to bonding together. I mean, no matter the mother have the hepatitis, no matter the mother have the cough, no matter have the COVID-19 positive,
so the baby can be latched on
they were
the
the same. The treatment, there is no special treatment. They just like a normal family. They living in together, they breastfeeding by demand. Because we believe if the mother have the hepatitis, then the baby will have the HBIg within 24 hours. And then in that kind of situation, treatment, so the baby should be safe. And also for the COVID-19 positive, the mother will start the treatment and with the masks on and wash your hand very often, every time hold the baby. So it's the same for the protection strategy and also combined with the treatment. So there's no special strategy or intervention, a way of keep the mother and infant apart from. So they will always remain together in Taiwan.
Okay. All right. Just one more question, because there are lots of questions here, and I'm
happy to have questions.
Happy with your here and share your experience. Okay, and now one question is about some regulation the Taiwan government has about adolescent mother in breastfeeding.
Okay, you mean young mother?
Yes, maybe.
Age younger than 20?
Yes.
Okay. Our teenager mother pregnancy rate actually is quite few. It's it's not high, and we actually don't have a special law or act to protect the teenager mother breastfeeding. But we do have some act to protect the teenager learning rights. So if the mother decided to carry her baby while she's still in a school learning process, so the teenager mother, they can take the maternity leave, and they can take the breastfeeding break every day, twice a day. So we don't have a special program to promote or to protect the teenager mother keep breastfeeding. But we try to protect the teenager mother's personal rights, the learning rights. And also we have some compensation for the teenager mother for her nutrition and for her loss if she has to take the maternal leave from the work or from the school.
Yeah, because teenager mother we can see as maybe a mature age of having another responsibility of having baby. I think you are right that we need to protect their rights in learning about how to raise a baby as part of her new life. Okay, thank you, Dr. Wang, for your coming here. I think all of that statistic, your exercise, your dancing with us, and then relax time really is a complete package for all of us here. And we can thank you enough for having here with us. Untuk semua partisipan, jika Anda merasa bahwa kehadiran Profesor Dr. Wang di sini sangat berharga, saya minta untuk memberikan clap reaction, tepuk tangan reaction. Please give Dr. Wang clap reactions. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Wang, for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As the moderator, I'm Dwi Prihatin Era. Say thank you to you. Okay, now we need Dr. Wang. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, we want to give you the certificate of the conference.
Oh. Okay. So what I can do?
Okay.
I will receive from the computer.
Mm-hmm. Copy. Symbolize virtual certificate from the Director of Health Polytechnic of East Kalimantan to Dr. Wang.
Thank you, Mrs. Wang, for attending our conference today. We hope to see you at the conference. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Wang. Okay. Okay, we thank you for Dr. Wang, and now we can close your screen. Thank you again.
Okay.
Baik, untuk para partisipan pada International Conference pada hari ini, itu adalah pembicara pertama dari Taiwan, yaitu Dr. Su Fang Wang, yang merupakan seorang konselor dan seorang pakar dalam bidang laktasi, pengelolaan laktasi atau lactation management. Okay, we going to the second speaker. Is the second speaker is here?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Our second speaker is an expert in nutrition from Malaysia.
Recording stopped.
She is a former dean of International Medical University, and she is part of many of Ministry of Health of Malaysia as former Director Nutrition Division. And she was part of International Scientific Committee, Choices International, Netherlands, and so many more. If we go on to her curriculum vitae, we could see that her role in nutrition field start back from 1977 when she get bachelor degree in science from University of Westminster, London, and degree in Master in Community Nutrition in 1987 from University of Queensland, Australia. She is actively involved in various programs and policy formulation on nutrition in Malaysia. So it is not surprising that we can learn many things from her invaluable thoughts and experience. Please welcome Dr. Rokia Doan from Malaysia. Hello, how are you, Dr. How should I call you? Dr. Rokia.
Just call me Rokia.
Okay. It's very happy for us to having you here, Dr. Rokia. And we hope that you could share your knowledge and thoughts and your experience in nutrition field, especially in lactation nutrition for mother and baby. Okay, we give you 45 minutes and present your material. Please.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon, a good morning, and selamat pagi kepada semua ya. Pertama kali ingin saya perkenalkan diri sedikit. Saya mewakili World Alliance for Breastfeeding Action, which is called globally as WABA, and that's WABA is being based in Penang. So as introduced earlier, I was the former director of the nutrition division in the Ministry of Health, and I spent about 6 years at the International Medical University, which is a private medical university based in Kuala Lumpur. So I would like to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share with you my thoughts on how nutrition can be optimized for human milk-fed infants and its relation to stunting. So I will be basing a lot of my talk. Can I have the second slide, please? Moderator, can I have the second slide? Next slide. Okay, good. I will be basing a lot of my talk on the strategies of how to address infant and young child feeding with a bit more emphasis on complementary feeding for infants up to 2 years of life. So I will also suggest or share with you some of my thoughts on the programs that are being implemented in Malaysia, on how to address the infant young child feeding. And at the end of the day, make some recommendations on the way forward, how to improve on the breastfeeding status. Next slide, please. Now, before I proceed, then I would like to get a few definitions clear in this presentation of mine, and I can see that Dr. Wang, I could see that Dr. Wang has introduced his definitions earlier, but just for formality, we must be very clear what exclusive breastfeeding is all about. Basically, it's complete breast milk with no other food or drink, and not even water. Because in some countries and practices, water is still being practiced or being taken in or being fed to the infants with breast milk. If that is being the case, then it is no more exclusive breastfeeding. But of course, what's allowed here are some medications like syrups and so on, vitamins, minerals, and medicines that are being prescribed by the healthcare professional. Now, when you talk about stunting, this has been mentioned a lot by Dr. Wang. Basically, is when a child has a low height for age. Low height for age is stunting. Weight for height is wasting. Okay, and this child may fail to grow to the proper height for her age or his age. Yeah. And what do you mean by the first 1,000 days of life? Basically, it refers from the time the mother conceives until the child is actually 2 years old. And I can see that Dr. Wang has already introduced to you the Doha theory that hypothesized that environmental exposure during the early life, yeah, particularly the in utero period, can actually influence the health and risk of developing non-communicable diseases throughout the lifespan of an individual. So this first 1,000 days is a branch out of the Doha theory. Next slide, please. Now, what basically causes stunting? Again, I think Dr. Wang has already mentioned, but just to reinforce this, when you talk about the first 1,000 days, yeah, the mother's pregnancy period of 9 months or even lesser in some cases, the nutrition of the pregnant women is very important, and also the babies and toddlers. Although I will not be mentioning much about maternal nutrition here, but what's important is during pregnancy or during the period of 9 months, it is important that the mother actually has a regular checkup, and the weight gain of maybe about 8 to 12 kilogram is being attained by the end of her pregnancy. Yeah, and the mother has to take the usual pre-pregnancy diet plus extra calories when she is pregnant. That's about 300 to 500 calories extra when she is pregnant, and when she is actually lactating, then she can also focus on those calories. No. Can I have that slide again, please? The third slide. Moderator, can I have the third slide, please? Moderator? Moderator, can I actually have my third slide, because I do not have a hard copy of my presentation.
Yeah. Hello, Dr. Rokia.
Yes.
We have problem here in the technician part. We're sorry for that, but in a moment they will fix the problem.
Yeah.
Because it seems that your
yeah, I should have presented a copy of my slides so that I can have that at hand. Yeah.
The problem is in our side. Okay.
Can you see me at the moment?
Yeah, I can see you clear. Yeah,
third slide, please. Yeah, third. I'm done with this. Can you go on to the next slide, please?
Next slide, please. Okay.
Now, if you look at the causes of stunting, I've mentioned to you the is poor nutrition amongst pregnant women, babies, and also toddlers. By definition, babies here up to 1 year, and toddler 12 months onwards up to 4 years. Yeah, and the cause of stunting could also be intrauterine undernutrition. While the mother is pregnant, she probably may not be having enough nutrition during pregnancy. And lack of breastfeeding until 6 months of age by the mother, and late introduction of complementary foods. And we all know that introduction of complementary foods has to be latest by 6 months. There are children that are being having complementary foods introduced even before the age of 6 months, but not earlier than 4 months. Yeah. The other cause of stunting is inadequate complementary foods in terms of the quantity and also the quality of the food. And there's also impaired absorption of nutrients due to repeated infections by the mother, by the child. Yeah, and of course, this has been mentioned: a poor social stimulation. Next slide, please. Why are we concerned on stunting? Now, the stunted children has been mentioned earlier. They are 2 to 4 times more likely to die before the age of 5 than their peers. And we know that stunting is actually associated with delayed cognitive development, up to an 11-point reduction in expected intelligence quotient, which is the IQ. And stunting has long-term effects on individuals and societies. This is a major concern, actually, the result of having stunting amongst our young children. Yeah. A stunted child, when adult stage, then they will have difficulty in childbirth, and then the birth of the child can be of a low birth weight, which is defined as less than 2.5 kg. And these would of course have long-term impact on the educational performance of the child as well. And this long-term impact of educational performance would result in many cases low adult wages. Yeah, whether we like it or not, you know, the education level does have impact on the economic status of the individual or the family and the nation, of course. Now, amongst these stunted children, there is an increased risk of nutrition-related chronic diseases in adult life later. For example, diabetes, cancer, yeah, hypertension, heart disease, and so on. Yeah, and of course, they have a tendency to become overweight or obese, which is very much linked to the other chronic diseases in adult life. And of course, when you talk about the educational performance being impacted, and then the disease that is being acquired at an earlier age of their life as opposed to towards the end of their life, then that will eventually lead to loss of productivity if they are still working at that point of time. And even if they complete their working officially, but you know, after retirement, then there will be some loss of productivity and their ability to work. Next. Next slide. I think there's a video for this. I would like the participant to see this video because it gives a very good summary of what stunting is all about. Can we have the voice? Can we have a voice to the video?
From prolonged undernutrition that affects physical and brain development. It's defined as shortness in height for a child's age, and it can only be diagnosed by comparing a child's measurements to standardized growth charts. The first 1,000 days is the period from conception to a child's second birthday. This is an opportunity to lay down the foundation for a child's future academic success, health, and general well-being. It is an exciting time, but it can also be a time of vulnerability to stunting. There are various causes of stunting before, after, and during pregnancy. Before pregnancy, stunting is caused by poor nutrition amongst women of childbearing age. During pregnancy, smoking, consuming drugs and alcohol, infections, maternal distress, adolescent pregnancy, hypertension, and short birth spacing can also contribute to stunting. After a child is born, stunting can be brought on by maternal distress, early introduction of solids before 6 months, nutritionally poor diets, and infections. Stunting is prevalent in communities that are impacted by poverty and inequality, poor water and sanitation, gender inequity, and food insecurity. The impacts of stunting affect all South Africans. Stunting affects brain development. Stunted children are less likely to finish school and, as adults, have lower earning potential and are more likely to live in poverty and suffer from obesity and chronic diseases. Stunted mothers are 3 times more likely to have stunted children, creating a cycle of intergenerational poverty, reducing our country's economic growth and productivity. Grow Great is a national campaign with the aim to galvanize South Africa towards achieving zero stunting by 2030. We do this through supporting parents through Flourish Mum and Baby groups, supporting and empowering community health workers through a National Community Health Worker Club and Community of Practice, inspiring the public through mass media campaigns to increase public awareness on stunting, promoting exclusive breastfeeding and the addition of eggs to young children's diets, and by mobilizing policymakers through data-driven advocacy. Join us in bringing stunting down to zero.
Thank you very much. That slide actually depicts in summary what stunting is all about, the effect of stunting, and some of the things that are required to be done by countries. Now, in Africa, they actually want to bring the stunting down to zero. But actually, based on the Global Nutrition Targets 2025, the objective is to achieve a 40% reduction in the number of children under 5 who are stunted. So that's a global nutrition target for 2025. And I think many countries subscribe to that, including Malaysia. Now, just to share with you very briefly the key nutrition facts that have relevance to my presentation today. We know globally that there are 149 children under 5 that are estimated to be stunted, and 45 million that are wasted meaning weight for height, and 38.9 million overweight or obese in the world in the year 2020, and I'm sure the figure has risen recently, and we know that undernutrition, which will cover stunting, wasting, and also nutritional deficiencies due to some nutrients that are known to us, is associated with 45% of child deaths, which can be prevented. So I think this is an area that we need to also focus on, because it's very much related to breastfeeding and complementary feeding. Now, the other nutrition fact that we need to know is about 44% of infants globally 0 to 6 months old are exclusively breastfed. That's below 50%. And I think many of the countries in the world are actually even lower than 44%. Some may be higher, And I'm not too sure about Indonesia, but I think Indonesia is slightly higher. I have the figure later, but it's an old figure. Now, few children receive nutritionally adequate and safe complementary foods. We know that. And in many countries, less than 1/4 of infants 6 to 23 months of age meet the criteria of diet diversity. They do not meet, and feeding frequency appropriate for their age, Next, please. Now, we all know why breastfeeding and exclusive breastfeeding is very important to the mother and also to the child. And you talk about the child, of course, the breast milk components are not to be competed with any artificial milk. It's an ideal nutrition for for the baby and for the child, particularly with the release of colostrum at a very early age. And I think the video that was shared by Dr. Wang just now was really a wonderful video. Yeah, Dr. Wang, I really thank you very much. And I think it is a video that can be used to advocate nutrition. But I think in some countries you have to be careful about the showing of the breast, yeah, in the open, yeah. But amongst the health professionals, I think there is a very beautiful video. Now, we know that the colostrum is antibody rich and many white cells to protect against infection. And that's the very reason that we encourage the child to be brought to the breast immediately after birth, if possible, within the 30 minutes of the child's coming to life, yeah. And then, of course, colostrum actually help in the purgative behavior in order to clean the meconium, resulting to less jaundice amongst the newborns. And of course, the colostrum, we all know that there are growth factors that help intestine to mature, prevent allergy and also intolerance, yeah. And colostrum particularly, yeah, if you see the colostrum that comes out from the first milk, yeah, is yellowish in color, yeah, is very rich with vitamin A rich, vitamin A, thus reducing severity of infection and prevent eye disease. Now, the colostrum is the part of the milk that can actually being what do you call this, culture-wise, yeah, is part of the milk that some communities will actually throw out or throw off because they think that's the part of the milk that's not clean, is so-called not advisable to be given to infants. You need to remove the colostrum. So this, in terms of education, needs to be reinforced and re-corrected, yeah, so that mothers do give colostrum, yeah, at the very beginning, and nothing beats this. Even the artificial milk that is being sold in the market cannot produce colostrum. Although they do try to compete with breast milk, it is never successful, yeah. And of course, there are colostrum tablets. I don't know what you think about it, but I think we have to be more cautious about how we promote breast milk here. So use colostrum as an educational platform to encourage mothers to breastfeed, because that's the first immunization that the child has when the child is born, yeah. And we know it reduces infant mortality due to common childhood illnesses such as diarrhea and also pneumonia. And it helps to quickly recover the child, yeah, during the illness. And of course, this is the goodness for the child. And do not forget the mother. The mother with the action of breastfeeding itself is an act of child spacing, and of course the bonding that the mother and the child has during the first few months of life particularly, and it is a bonding that will affect the child psychologically when the child grows up, yeah. And of course this action of breastfeeding will also reduce the risk of breast and ovarian cancer amongst mothers. Next, please. Now, I think most of you would be aware of the WHO and UNICEF recommendations for breastfeeding, to breastfeed within 1 hour of birth, or put the baby to the breast within half hour of birth, and exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months. I've defined to you what exclusive breastfeeding is, yeah. And we all know that optimal breastfeeding could save the lives of almost 820,000 children under the age of 5. And then when it comes to introducing complementary foods, then the foods need to be adequate and safe. And it is important to note that these recommendations have been refined to also address the needs of infants born to HIV-infected mothers, yeah. And these mothers are given antiretroviral drugs, and this allows children to exclusively be breastfed with HIV mothers. Next. Okay. Having said about exclusive breastfeeding up to 6 months, at least, and to be continued up to 2 years, the introduction of solids at the age of 6 months is very critical and very important, because breast milk alone is not sufficient in terms of some nutrients for the optimal growth of the infants. Yeah, so you need to introduce the child with solids. Now, we need to introduce the child with solids at 6 months of age, in addition to breast milk. Yeah, breast milk should be continued up to 2 years at least. Now, how frequent? Yeah, from age 6 to 8 months, the recommendation is 2 to 3 times a day, and 9 to 11 months, 3 to 4 times a day, and 12 to 24 or 36 months is 3 to 4 times a day. This is the frequency of feeding recommended by WHO. Next. Now, how do we ensure nutritional needs are met by these infants? Yeah, these are 4 important principles that a mother or the caretaker should keep in mind when it comes to meeting the nutritional needs of the child when the child is being introduced with solids at the age of 6 months. Now, it has to be timely. That means the child should be introduced at the age of 6 months with either semi-solids or solids, and breastfeeding to be continued. Adequate atau kecukupan, ya, kita cakap kecukupan makanan itu, so it has to be adequate enough to provide the energy which is important, the child is starting to grow, and the protein for the child development and growth, and the micronutrients that are in the food that is going to help the child grow optimally. Number 3 is frequency. How frequent should the child be fed? Yeah, like I said to you earlier, 2 to 3 times, 3 to 4 times according to age. Yeah, this has to be consistent with the child, the signal that's being given to the child. Yeah, and the signal given to the child and also the meal frequency must be suitable for the age. Must be suitable. We don't want a child who is 6 months just newly introduced with solids to be given 4 times a day. Yeah, so it has to be appropriate. Now, lastly is the element of safety. The food has to be safe. The food has got to be hygienically stored. It has got to be prepared hygienically with clean hands and using clean utensils, and not fed through bottles and teas. Now, this is something that is being observed amongst mothers, particularly caretakers. If the mother is not at home to care for the child, the food, especially solids, semi-solids, is being fed through bottles, and the bottles are not kept clean. Yeah. Now, an important note here is that caregivers should take active care in the feeding of infants. Active. That means feed the child with great care, with love, and responsive to the child's clues for wanting to eat. The child's clues for wanting to eat, ready to eat. For example, if we say 2 or 3 times a day, if the child is now wanting the food, and and he or she is hungry at that point of time, be responsive enough to start the feeding. Yeah. Okay. Next. Now, this is just to share with you some of the recommended nutrient intake for infants and young child, and that's broken up into the 3 age groups that I've indicated earlier: 6 to 8, 9 to 11, 12 to 6. I presume this is also the recommendation that's being observed in Indonesia, because this is WHO recommendation, and we got it from the joint FAO-WHO expert consultation on vitamins and minerals. And of course, the one with the 2 asterisks is obtained from the recommended nutrient intake Malaysia 2005. So just briefly, 6 to 8 months, the child in terms of energy is 615 kilocal per day, protein 12 grams per day, vitamin C 30 milligrams per day, calcium 400 milligrams, iron 9.3 milligrams, zinc 4.1 milligrams, and vitamin A 400 microgram retinol equivalent. So this is just an example of the nutrients that are required. These are very critical and important nutrients for growth and development. So as the child grows, the requirement gets to be more. Next, please. Now, in terms of translation or conversion of the recommendation earlier in the prior slide, this is a presentation to you to share with you the suggested type and daily amount of food for the infants and young child. Infant and young child, that means it's up to 3 years by WHO definition. Yeah. So it is broken up into 5 main food groups. Yeah. Cereals, which is the more important one. And then of course you have the meat, poultry, fish, which is in the box, and also the vegetables and the fruits, and of course the milk. And of course we recommend milk, breast milk, to be continued until 2 years. And at the end of the table is the fats and oils. Now, just to give you an example in terms of practice, yeah, at the health center, what needs to be given to the child when the child has been just introduced with solids at the age of 6 months. By 6 months, the introduction should be established already. Some people start slightly earlier than 6 months, and 6 months established, but not earlier than 4 months. Now, if you talk about cereals, we take an example, porridge. We give the porridge. We don't start hard rice, nasi betul-betul, tak nak, ya. The baby has got to get the right texture of food introduction. We start off with either liquid or porridge. Yeah, it's about 1.5 cup. This is per day to be distributed between for 6 to 8 months. It's between 2 to 3 times a day. Yeah, and then the vegetables is 1/4 cup. The cup is the size of a melamine cup. The usual melamine cup, which is quite a standard cup that's been used in the ASEAN countries. And the vegetables got to be cooked, yeah, for the cup. So be careful of the vegetables. Please do not introduce raw vegetables to young infants, yeah. And fruits, an example would be a 1/4 slice papaya. At this age, it should be sieved or blended, yeah. Not chunky, because 6 to 8 months ditapis, sebenarnya ditapis, 9 hingga 11 bulan dilecek, ya, dilecek, and 1 year onwards is chopped, ya, chopped, kita guna pisang, chopped. So the consistency of the food in terms of texture should be gradually increased from sieving, pressing, ya, lecek, dan juga chunks, and then after 1 year onwards, it gets into adulthood. Towards adulthood, they can eat adult diet very gradually. Now, so if you talk about fruits, then it's basically sieving the fruit, yeah, papaya, or you can blend. But if you don't have the blender, not to worry, yeah. And then the meat, 2 teaspoons of any type of meat, yeah. If you prefer fish, and the edible portion is about 1/4 fish, ikan kembung sebagai contoh, about 1/4 of that fish. And milk to be continued with breast milk, and hopefully majority of the mothers can breastfeed, yeah. And fats and oils, 1 teaspoon. We must remember that some of the children or infants are not able to take the bulk of the food. So in order to get the calories required, you have to add in, or you are encouraged to add in, the fat or the oil in terms of butter or cooking oil. If the bulk is a lot, they can't finish. So reduce the bulk and add the oil to get the calories, because 1 gram of oil will give you 9 calories, and 1 gram of carbohydrate or porridge in this case will give you about 4 calories. Yeah. So as the child goes on, yeah, until the child is 3 years, then it gets increased in terms of amount. Next, please. Next slide. Okay. Now we move on to the comparison with countries. Yeah, we've talked about breastfeeding. We've talked a bit about introduction of solids to these children. if you look at this data is quite an old data. I can't remember what year this was taken, but this is a comparison of percentage of infants exclusively breastfed for less than 6 months. Yeah, Malaysia with 65, almost 66%. Indonesia 41%. I don't know whether that's the data. Please correct me if I'm wrong. My greatest apologies. And Philippines 27%. India 55%, and Sri Lanka is of course very high, 82%. I don't have European countries here. Next. Now, this collection of reasons is based on literature review. Why the low exclusive breastfeeding rates throughout the world, not just in the ASEAN countries. Number one is lack of postnatal and family support. Postnatal during confinements, 40 days or 60 days. Number two is belief that human milk is not sufficient food for less than 6 months old infant. And lack of confidence amongst the mothers who are breastfeeding, who have just delivered. And this lack of confidence can be multifactorial, influenced by the surrounding, influenced by support, influenced by advertisement from the breast milk substitute companies, which does a very aggressive marketing. And no rooming in some hospitals or healthcare facilities, maybe they do not implement the baby-friendly hospital initiative, which requires the hospital to be rooming in the child. Low milk quantity is the way the mother feels. Sometimes the mother feels, and that brings down her confidence in her milk supply. But I must thank Dr. Wang. You have shared with us a very nice video on how to do exercises for greater production of milk. I think we should do more of that. With of course some sensitivities as regards to the exposed breast. Now, I think to be done amongst the health professionals, right? It can be done, but if it's done in the social media or public, then it can open up to a lot of criticisms. Now, low mother returning to work, that's very important. I am not too sure about Indonesia, how many percent of the workforce are women, but in Malaysia, almost 50% of the workforce are women, and most mothers are given maternity leave, and also they are given the privilege to take no paid leave, but not many mothers can afford to take no paid leave. So it depends. Countries having 2 months, countries having 3 months, countries having 6 months, depending on the how much political commitment there is to the breastfeeding action. Now, introduction of water is very, very critical, because many mothers still feel that water is still important, and water does not mean that will destroy the exclusiveness of breastfeeding. So a lot of this is still happening in Malaysia also, and some of the countries in this region. And of course, there is early introduction of solids, sometimes as early as even 1 month. 1 month or 2 months or 3 months, solids being introduced. Next please. Now, I need to share with you being a policy maker for 35 years, what we did in Malaysia particularly. So I hope you bear with me some of my thoughts on the development of the nutrition strategies in Malaysia, with a focus here on infant and young child feeding. Now, like Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken, and also Vietnam and Thailand and neighboring countries, we have our own national plan of action that has been developed since 1990s, from the FAO WHO conference, international conference on nutrition. So many countries have developed, including Malaysia. So our latest development of the plan, there has been a review of this plan from 2016 to 2025. This is where we come in to strategize the various activities that we do for Malaysia, from birth up to elderly, up to elderly, elderly, and also for those with special needs. Yeah, and of course we have a lot of multi-sectoral integration lined up in this National Plan of Action for Nutrition. Next, please. We have a Malaysian breastfeeding policy that was developed in 2006, where we encourage all mothers to breastfeed their babies exclusively up to 6 months and to continue with breastfeeding. And next. Okay, this is slide that I need to spend a bit of time now. This is what we do in Malaysia for breastfeeding promotion or breastfeeding advocacy. Yeah, it does not mean that we started off with all this. We actually started off breastfeeding in the early 1950s, where we promote breastfeeding in the clinic kesihatan or the health center in terms of food education or nutrition education, and from there we build up. We build up the strategies, we build up the activities, and training still remains to be the most important strategy for breastfeeding promotion through our health professionals or even the child carer and teachers. We have actually integrated breastfeeding promotion in the school curriculum of physical and health education, or in bahasa we call it pendidikan jasmani and kesihatan, which happens twice a week in schools in Malaysia. So part of the integration is on breastfeeding. So it is in the textbook, yeah. And of course, what works most, yeah, in the in this whole promotion and advocacy of breastfeeding is the introduction of baby-friendly hospital initiative in Malaysia since 1990s, and that encourages mothers who have just delivered to actually breastfeed their child. Yeah, but however, there's still a certain percentage of mothers that are not being able to breastfeed, and the policy in Malaysia is if the mother is HIV positive, is a policy not to encourage the mother to breastfeed, and this mother will be supported with infant feeding, yeah, through whatever means, through the healthcare delivery system. But in other countries like you know, in Africa and all, the breast milk or breastfeeding outweighs the other strategy because of the food safety issue. Yeah, so the baby-friendly hospital in Malaysia, we were the second country in the world to have all our baby-friendly, all our government hospitals baby-friendly in 1998 after Oman at that point of time. Yeah, and now we are aggressively trying to implement this with the private hospitals, and then we go on to have the environmental support for to promote, protect and support breastfeeding through the building bylaws. For example, hospital infrastructure, buildings, government buildings or private sector buildings where breastfeeding is being introduced, or breastfeeding is being supported at workplace through the establishment of crash at workplace, and funding is being given by the government for the establishment of crash at workplace. Yeah, so this is an area that is being supported very well. We have a national lactation center that focuses on the training of health personnel, especially amongst the doctors, for the 18 hours or 21 hours lactation management education. And of course, the social support system that we have in place in Malaysia through maternity leave or paternity leave. We have 7 days paternity leave. Maternity now improved to 2 months, yeah, 60 days or 90 days, yeah. And we have a strong establishment of mother support group, and also the legal provision through the Food Act 1983 and the employer through the establishment of crash at workplace. Now, we have a very strong breastfeeding data collection through the health management information system that's been collected through our health centers throughout the country, not just breastfeeding, but nutritionist status and other health data. We have a strong National Institute of Health that takes research, not just on health, but also nutrition and breastfeeding data. And that has been mentioned just now by Dr. Wang. Our code of ethics for the marketing of infant foods and related products. We have more than 16 companies that subscribe to this, and also the code of conduct refers to the health professionals as well as the personnel working in the companies that sell infant formulas. Yeah? So what can and cannot be done? Our code of ethics has been there since 1980s, yeah, and now we have done through about 3 or 4 reviews of the code of ethics. Mass media plays a major part in the breastfeeding promotion, and of course the public education happens through this platform. Now this is a very comprehensive activities that we have taken for the last many decades, since 1950s, yeah, and it still is relevant. And this has helped a lot to bring up the breastfeeding rates in Malaysia. Ever breastfed of more than 95%, and exclusive breastfeeding for about 40 to 50%. Next slide. Please let me know when the time is up, yeah, moderator. Now, what makes this whole advocacy or the strategy works, yeah? I'm not saying that there are no shortfalls. There are shortfalls that are improved through the National Plan of Action for Nutrition of Malaysia under the Ministry of Health. But the very existence of the primary healthcare system in Malaysia, and I'm sure this exists also in many other ASEAN countries, we have a very good 2-tier system. We used to have a 3-tier system. Now we've improved to a 2-tier system, which means we have now the klinik kesihatan dan juga the klinik desa. Last time we have the klinik bidan as well. Yeah, klinik bidan, then you go on to klinik desa, and then also the klinik kesihatan. Now we have the klinik kesihatan and the klinik desa. Now, throughout the country, we have this health clinic catering for about 15 to 20,000 population. So every part of Malaysia, every 15,000, we have a health clinic. So if you look at the whole administrative healthcare delivery system, you know, I think this is the best system compared even to the some of the other delivery system, education system. When it comes to trying to get to the community, everything seems to come to the Ministry of Health. Please help us do this because we've got a comprehensive system. And for every 2,000 population, we have one community clinic, which is called Klinik Desa. So this healthcare delivery system has assisted us in delivering all our health education system, including the education for breastfeeding and nutrition. Next. Now, I want to share with you where I am now presenting on behalf of WABA. What is WABA? WABA is World Alliance for Breastfeeding Action, established in 1950s, you know. And now the 3 main campaigns that is the main role of WABA would be the World Breastfeeding Week. They are the initiator of World Breastfeeding Week, and we all have been celebrating World Breastfeeding Week in 170 countries throughout the world, yeah, by millions of people. And of course, the World Breastfeeding Week is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. What WABA promotes is also the Warm Chain of Breastfeeding Support Campaign, yeah, which is a public health approach to bring together the mother and child diet and to work with many stakeholders in its effort for that continuum care for infants and young children. And WABA also empower parents through the Empowering Parents campaign that promotes social protection that facilitates the integration of parents' productive and reproductive work, both formal and informal. Next, please. In hospitals and healthcare practices, WABA actually focuses on global attention on activities aimed at changing hospitals, and the BFHI is one of them. Yeah, and the gender it promotes gender rights and also it has highlighted and advocated for breastfeeding as part of fundamental human rights. Yeah, I think in Malaysia we don't have this problem because based on the Al-Quran, Islamic religious teachings, also we are encouraged to breastfeed up to 2 years. Yeah, we don't have this problem. Breastfeeding support. WABA also emphasizes the comprehensive code compliance and monitoring to protect breastfeeding and regulate the practices by breast milk substitutes through the breastfeeding support. Next. I think I'm coming to an end. Information and communication is very important in the promotion of breastfeeding, and we know this year's Breastfeeding Week 2022, the theme says step up for breastfeeding, educate and support. This is also, I think, the theme for this conference. Yeah, so WABA has a rich library of information of which all of us can obtain. Yeah, countries can obtain. Just write into WABA. You can get this from WABA, and WABA shares a lot of World Breastfeeding Week through its kit every year to all countries. And of course, the environment, human rights and human health, and also the nature's ecosystem campaigns is also something that WABA promotes and subscribe to. WABA also subscribes to international standards and policies. Yeah. And it rallies action to bridge gaps in breastfeeding and infant young child policies in countries. And WABA makes its presence in countries. So to all those available during this conference and present in this conference, please get in touch with WABA if you need updated information. But most of this is online at the moment. And if not, then you can get in touch with us quite directly. Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, this is my last slide. So what? Now, we've been talking about education, we've been talking about support, we've been talking about protection. All this has got to be collectively designed. It has got to be collectively implemented, not by one agency. It has got to be a multi-sector within the agency and across agency intersectoral collaboration. Ministry of Health, through its national plan throughout the world, who have subscribed to this plan, they work with many agencies. Yeah, so the way forward would be to spread the wing further and to inquire and to acquire more of these collaborative efforts to ensure that breastfeeding is being supported, protected and promoted. So we need to have a widespread public education at all levels, at all levels, let it be community level, district level, state level, and headquarters level, national level that is. We need to have a widespread and continuous training of health professionals, because in some healthcare delivery services or institutions, the turnover rate of health professionals is very high. So we need to continuously train. Let it be lactation management, let it be BFHI strategies and so on. Yeah. So the community members need to be continuously trained through the many support groups that are available and through the caregivers who are trained as well. We need for national policies to promote and establish sustainable and support mechanisms throughout the country, which is sustainable. We don't want to implement something and then we drop it, or we find that it doesn't work and we do not monitor it, we do not evaluate it. We need to be sustainable. We need to emphasize the implementation of the baby-friendly hospital as a breastfeeding promotion strategy, because in many countries throughout the world, this is one of the most effective strategies that has helped out with the exclusive breastfeeding and with also the with breastfeeding generally. Yeah. So this needs to be continuous, and it's just not the hospital, is also the health centers. Or in Malaysia, we are also recognizing the Klinik Kesihatan as a baby-friendly clinic, and we have modified the strategies to do so. Yeah, and we need a multi-pronged strategies involving partnerships. Let it be professional or non-professional, government or non-government. And finally, we need to emphasize the integration of breastfeeding and complementary support system into the wider healthcare delivery system or the wider national policy development through education, through women's groups and so on. So that is a very integrated manner of which we need to go as a way forward. I think that sums up the kind of things that countries need to do and need to focus in terms of trying to increase the breastfeeding rates, let it be general breastfeeding or exclusive breastfeeding particularly. So Madam Moderator, I'm done with my presentation. I'm ready to answer questions if there are. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you,
I
Doctor.
can't hear you very clearly, Moderator.
Okay, now can you hear me? Am I audible?
I can hear you, but may not be that clear.
What about now?
Yeah, I can hear, but it's okay. Let's proceed. Not too clear, but still, let's proceed.
Okay, now it's time for discussion, and I believe that our participants already choose the best question that they could ask you. For the participant who would like to ask, please raise your hand, give sign of raise hand, and then we can unmute you. Okay, we have here Miss Farida Nailufar. Please.
I can't hear anything, Farida. She raised her hand.
Miss Farida, are you ready? Okay, we also have Sofranita. Yeah, please, Miss Farida.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rosia. My name is Farida. I want to ask you a question. What do you think about second opportunity or second chance to catch up growth for the stunted children when it is puberty time? What the important nutrients that what is important nutrient to support the catch-up growth for the stunted children? Because I read in some literature that there is a second change to catch-up growth when it's puberty. So what is the most important or important nutrients that to support the catch-up growth? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Farida, most important what? I can't hear the word carefully.
Nutrients.
Oh, nutrient. Yeah. Oh, okay. Now, what we must understand is, number one, we hope we can prevent the child being stunted. Now, the problem is the mother being pregnant. The tendency of the mother is stunted. And the mother is pregnant, stunted. Most likely, the child born will be low birth weight, already at a disadvantage. And we know that the window period for stunting, if you don't do anything to overcome or to manage that stunting possibility within the 2 years of life, then the window period is over. 2 years. So that's why we talk about the importance of the 1,000 days, from conception up to 2 years of age, Now your question is, if the child is, I presume, stunted, the detection of stunting happens during the 2 years or after the 2 years. So if during the 2 years, then in terms of nutrition, you can still come up with a lot of management diet that you can produce to the child, give to the child based on what is being recommended. As an example of what I have shared with you just now in terms of nutrients, yeah. What is important in terms of nutrients for that age, growing child, is protein, yeah, for growth, and then we have carbohydrate, yeah, for energy, yeah, and all those micronutrients for brain development, yeah. So just focus on that. Now, there are people asking me whether the child can be given supplements. No. Personally, professionally, I'm not against supplements, yeah, but if supplements can be taken for a child, but it has to be upon recommendation if the child is between from 6 months up to 2 years particularly. So if you talk about catch-up growth, yes, you can catch up, but not to the extent that the child will be reaching its growth potential from the very beginning if the child is not stunted. You can catch up, but not too much. Yeah, but focus on some of the micronutrients for growth that I've shared with you based on my presentation slides earlier. Yeah, so you can, but not 100%. And it takes about 1 or 2 generations for the stunting to disappear. So if I'm, let's say I'm a stunted mother, I have a stunted child, and then my child will have a child that is more likely to be stunted as well. But if I am a stunted mother, I have a low birth weight child, but I take care of my child to actually manage that possible stunting of my child, that means my granddaughter, then it would improve hopefully after 2 or 3 generations. It will come back. Yeah. So you have to actually think. Dr. Wang has shown a very good slide, and I love your slide, Dr. Wang, of when you actually conceive. It's just not about your conception. It's just not about the fetus that you are having, but you're thinking about the fetus of that fetus. Yeah, it's about your grandchild as well. Thank Dr. Wang. I really love that slide. You know, so think about that. So if you really want to catch up, that means you must take care of the mother's antenatal diet. Please, many of us do not take care of our diet during pregnancy. Yeah, please. All the nurses who are in the healthcare delivery system, I'm sure in Indonesia you've got a good system and nurses are doing a good job, you know. So try to focus more so that the weight gain during pregnancy is being addressed. Yeah, like they are usually about 8 to 12 kg for normal pregnant mother. Yeah, otherwise if she has special conditions, then it will be a specific weight gain recommendation. So monitor that well. Once you monitor that well, and she's taking all the micronutrients that is recommended during pregnancy, you have passed that phase of 9 months during that 1,000 day cycle. Then hopefully the child is born more than 2.5 kg. I don't know about Indonesia, but in Malaysia, our low birth weight is about 11%. It used to be 11%. It came down to 7%. Now it's gone up more than 10%. Not mistaken. Yeah. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah, Farida. Moderator, I hope that answers your question, Farida. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rokia, for your answer. I think that answer is very clear, and I hope that it could answer the question. Next, we have Sofranita here. Please ask your question.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thanks for the opportunity. I want to ask something, please. We know that the intake of breastfeeding mothers greatly affect the quality of breast milk. My question is, how can we do to manage the woman's food intake if she lives in a place where less nutrition food source balanced? Like, for example, in the area where I live, women who live near the river prefer fish than vegetables. Fish is nutritious and more delicious than vegetables. But breastfeeding women also need nutrition from vegetables too, right? This is my question.
Okay.
Story.
Okay. Thank you very much. Your name don't appear on my screen, so thank you for asking that question. Yes, like I said earlier, antenatal diet is very important, and we know when you the importance of antenatal diet cannot be emphasized more. We must also look at the pregnancy diet or premarital diet. That means adolescent diet. To make sure that you have the nutrition taken care of even before the phase you get married. Yeah. Now, if I'm very much aware of countries that have got very remote areas. We have as well in Malaysia. Yeah, remote areas where food security is something of concern. Food is not accessible to the mothers or to the family, either in terms of transportation or ability to purchase the food. Yeah, it can be any of those reasons. Yeah. So if you talk about antenatal diet, or for that matter, even just adult diet, yeah, what do we need as a woman? Yeah, as a woman, for example, woman aged age 40 maybe, or 20 plus maybe. Yeah. In general, we need about 1,800 calories. Yeah, of a diet. Yeah, so that can be distributed again. Yeah, a breakfast, lunch, dinner. And what is the recommendation of the adult diet or even diets for children? We go by the basis of food pyramid. Yeah, food pyramid in any country. In Malaysia, we have the food pyramid. Consisting of the 4 levels. Number 1, it used to be the carbohydrate. Yeah, I don't know whether in Indonesia, particularly, you're using the food pyramid or using other images of food pyramid. So we have carbohydrate, we have vegetables and fruits. We have next level is protein, and we have the fats and oils and whatever. Now, lately we have actually introduced, because of the increased trend of overweight and obesity in Malaysia, we have actually reversed the fruit and vegetables to be right at the bottom, at the base. That means to eat more. Why do we do that? Because of the increased prevalence of overweight. Now, if you look at the recommendation of a healthy diet, we always say eat a balanced diet. What is a balanced diet? Yeah, balanced diet, it must have carbohydrate, it must have protein, it must have vegetables and fruits. Yeah, a certain number of serving sizes. Now, in areas that do not have plants and or vegetables, then you have to make do with whatever you have. With whatever you have. And what's in fruits and vegetables? Basically, fruits and vegetables have got minerals and vitamins, all the micronutrients that are important for the development of the fetus, actually. Yeah. So if you are not taking vegetables and fruits, other food item, for example, protein cannot replace some of these nutrients. Although some meat can replace some of the nutrients in vegetables. For example, taking an example, vegetable does have iron and folic acid, right? Now, what is it in other food groups that have got iron and folic acid? Yeah, green vegetables you don't have in the remote areas, maybe. So you may have meat. You take red meat, for example. Red meat may have iron and folic acid. And the health system in Malaysia, for example, to share with you, and many countries, we do give vitamin supplements to mothers, iron and folic acid. These are 2 of the main important micronutrients that are given to mothers at the time they are detected to be conceiving. Either they come during the first month, second month, or third month, we give them iron and folic acid. Whatever name you call it, generic name. Yeah. So in Indonesia, if the mother is in the remote area and she does not have access to vegetables, I hope these mothers are being given supplements that are required for the optimal growth of the fetus. Yeah, so unless the mother can actually grow their own fruits and vegetables or their vegetables, yeah, it can be grown in pots if they have the seeds. So this is something that you need. The government needs to strategize, or the community or the family needs to strategize to ensure that food is secured at the individual level or the household level. So if you lack vegetables in your home, it doesn't have to be in a remote area. Even in some of the town areas, you know, they, for some reason, in urban areas, they're not having access to vegetables as well. Some vegetables can be expensive, you know, green leaf vegetables, you know, so they grow their own. So this is something that we have to look into. And if you look at some of the thoughts, global thoughts about stunting, it has been greatly indicated that the environment plays a major part that leads to stunting. The outcome of a mother being stunted is basically outcome is low birth weight and stunting, yeah, the outcome. Yeah, but there are many other factors in the environment that is actually leading to stunting. Number one is education. So when you have a higher education, that's the policy philosophy we have, we are hopefully getting better jobs. And when you have better jobs, then you have better salary, then you will have a better ability to actually support yourself and the family, and especially the newborns, with better foods, you know. So it is more than just food available right in front of you. It's about the whole environment system, yeah, that I think each country government would have to look into. And I'm sure Indonesia is doing very well under the leadership of Joko, yeah, with the goal of wanting to bring stunting, I think stunting 24.4% to 14%. I'm not too sure whether that's stunting or breastfeeding. Yeah. Okay. I hope that answers your question. Yeah. Grow the vegetables in your home.
Okay.
A long answer to a very short question. You know why? Because of the environmental strategy that needs to be in place in the country to address that issue.
Yeah. Okay.
We can talk more. Just email to me. Yeah, I'm basically a policy maker.
I have the answer.
I can't hear you very clearly.
Okay. I hope that answer. I hope that can answer your question, Ms. Sofranita. I think because the time is up, we need to end. We need to end now, yeah, because the time is up.
It's okay, moderator. You can get the participants to actually email me if they have questions. You have my email address. Yes. I wanted to put my email address on the slide, but I had problem last night. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rokaya.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. And now it's time for us to give the certificate of attendance to Dr. Rokaya. The submission of certificate of attendance as speaker from our director. Okay, we thank you for your attendance as a speaker in this conference.
Thank you very much, moderator. I enjoyed sharing my thoughts with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Rokia.
Yes.
I'm Dini from Center of Excellence Breast Milk Poltekkes Kemenkes Kaltim. We are very happy that you have taken the time to share your knowledge, recommendation, strategies, policy, and your experience about optimizing nutrition for exclusive human milk to prevent stunting. The information you convey add to our insight in preventing stunting. The certificate is a memento from Poltekkes Kemenkes Kalimantan Timur. Hopefully we can meet again at the next webinar.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, now it's time for us to continue to our third speaker, that is Miss Eli Rahmawati from Health Polytechnic of East Kalimantan. As we see to her curriculum vitae, Ibu Eli Rahmawati is born in 1974, is a graduate from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta in 2006, and she has a lot of research in midwifery, and now she is here to share with us about her thought and her experience in lactation management. We please Miss Eli Rahmawati to come and to presentate the material.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Era. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say thank you for coming to my presentation. It's great to see you all. Let me introduce myself. My name is Eli Rahmawati, and I am from Balikpapan, East Borneo, Health Polytechnic of East Kalimantan. The purpose of the presentation is describe the activities of breastfeeding, support groups, and relevant to the breastfeeding self-efficacy. At background, malnutrition is the root of many the world's problems. Contribute to 45% deaths in children under 5 years of age every year, which correlates to 2.7 million of deaths. Optimal breastfeeding practice can save more than 820,000 lives of children under 5 years of age every year. Approximately 44% of infants under 6 months of age is exclusively given breastfeeding worldwide 2015 to 2020. 6.61% of infants under 6 months of age is exclusively given breastfeeding in Indonesia in 2020 for the minimum object of 40%. Early initiation of breastfeeding number decreased from 58.2% in 2019 to 4.6% in 2021%. Okay. World Alliance of Breastfeeding Action, or WABA, at World Breastfeeding Week 1 word breastfeeding week, which hold on 1 until 7, ages 20, 22. There are 4 objectives. The first is inform about people about their role in strengthening the warm chain of support of breastfeeding. The second is in charge breastfeeding as part of good nutrition, food security, and reduction of inequalities. The third is engage with individual and organization along the warm chain of support for breastfeeding. And the last is galvanize action on strengthening capacity of lecture and system for transformation change. With the holding of this moment, UNICEF and WHO call onto the Indonesia government and its partner to support mother to be able to breastfeeding early, exclusively and continuously in amidst of the declining rate of breastfeeding number during COVID-19. Impact of COVID with the occurrence of the COVID-19 around the world, it also has an impact on the surface of breastfeeding mother in community. As breastfeeding become more important and weekly for the Indonesian health system, breastfeeding counseling services are difficult to access. A survey conducted National of Ministry of Health or Kemenkes and UNICEF in 2021 saw that 50% of mother and caretakers receive breastfeeding counseling during COVID-19 pandemic. Breastfeeding is very important thing the first dozen day of children life because of breastfeeding is very essential in health development. Optimal breastfeeding is highly recommended. The success is influenced by 3 things. There are the first, early breastfeeding, initiation, shortly after birth. The second, exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months of age. The third, continuous breastfeeding to 2 years of age or older with adequate complementary foods. With these 3 conditions, it will affect 4 things, especially these 2 things: decrease in maternal and infant mortality rate, improvement of nutrition, particularly in stunting group. Although 2 other things will also be affected, that are infectious disease control, like HIV atau HIV, or AIDS, malaria, and TBC. And non-infectious disease control like hypertension, diabetes, obesity, and cancer. The Indonesia government has issued a regulation regarding exclusive breastfeeding, namely the Republic of Indonesia Government Regulation number 33/2012 about exclusive breastfeeding. In chapter 2, especially point C, it's explained that increasing the role and support from family, community local, and government for exclusive breastfeeding. The role and support of family, community, and government toward exclusive breastfeeding, one of which in the Breastfeeding Mother Support Group or KPAC. What the mean breastfeeding support group? Breastfeeding support group is peer group consisting of 6 to 12 pregnant women or mother of children under 2 years old who meet regularly every 2 weeks to once a month, including home visit, to exchange experience, discussion, and providing mutual support related to maternal and child health, especially around pregnancy, breastfeeding, nutrition, and is facilitated by a motivator. In breastfeeding mother supporting activity, it's carried out, organized for mother who want to provide optimal breastfeeding, include early breastfeeding initiation, exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months, sustained breastfeeding for 2 years or more, and complementary feeding. The step and form of activities of KPAC are: step 1 is initial preparation, step 2 is motivator coach training, step 3 is conciliation of breastfeeding support group, step 4 is establishing breastfeeding support group, step 5 is selection of motivator, step 6 is breastfeeding support group meeting. Step 7 is home visitation. Home visit. Okay. Step 8 is mentoring by motivator, and step 9 sub-district cross-sector meeting. The activities that I did on the process formation KPAC can I describe on the step of initial preparation. It has informal visitation, file study, stakeholder identification and listening at Graha Indah Health Center. The objective to familiarize, build trust, determine the location, and build in commitment. On the step socialization and advocacy, it has improving stakeholder and community commitment or support. On the step selection of motivator, it has selecting potential motivator to be trained. In these activities, it get 2 until 4 candidate of motivator. On the step motivator training, it has providing trainer. It has providing training for motivator for 2 day period by providing material consisting of start of preparation breastfeeding in pregnancy, early initiation early breastfeeding or EMD, management of lactation, providing complementary food of breastfeeding, and monitoring of growth. On the step inauguration, it has legal aspect of Graha Indah Health letter and inauguration of the step activities and home visit. It has motivator and audience meeting and home visit practice. On the step MONEF and guidance, it has activity support and monitoring, evaluation of activities. This is the result of activities of weekly of local government. This is module of motivator, and this is copyright. This activity also received a monitoring visit from the Ministry of Health. Alhamdulillah. The next, some evidence on breastfeeding mother support group or KPAC that relate exclusive breastfeeding are sorry. Role of mother support group on behavior of support exclusive breastfeeding in work area primary health care or puskesmas of Mohoresan, Surakarta. The role of support mother, the role of support group of mother significantly affect the behavior of exclusive breastfeeding and possible contribute husband support and social support. So affect the behavior of exclusive breastfeeding. The influence of breastfeeding support group of KPAC to exclusive breastfeeding practice and nutrition status of infant at 6 until 12 months. The conclusion of this study was that KPAC can to give exclusive breastfeeding to their baby compared with non-KPAC member. Compared with non-KPAC member, there were not different nutrition status of infant age 6 until 12 months from both group. It suggests from public health service of Regency Sidoarjo to develop and reactivate implementation breastfeeding support group in other districts to improve the practice in exclusive breastfeeding. So this some evidence that KPAC relate to self-efficacy. The effect of peer education on self-efficacy and motivation breastfeeding mother in breastfeeding and effect of mother support group or KPAC on self-efficacy of breastfeeding mother. This is a systematic review, which can be conclude that peer education can be used as a solution to improve self-efficacy and motivation of nursing mother. KPAC effect to confidence of mother is breastfeeding, so their babies will get the best nutrition for the child, husband, and family members. And family members have a role to support the success breastfeeding. The conclusion is supporting breastfeeding mother is important for all parties involved. The existence of KPAC as a form of community participation is mutual sharing and support has been proven to increase the efficacy for exclusive breastfeeding. Education provided by peer group or KPAC significantly increase mother confidence in providing exclusive breastfeeding. Thank you very much for your great attention, ladies and gentlemen. May always we have share the benefit for all us.
Okay. Thank you very much for Ibu Eli Rahmawati. Am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Eli Rahmawati, for the presentation of the research. And now it's time for discussion, or this is discussion session, and we welcome all participants who join in virtual room to ask questions according to the material that has been delivered by Miss Eli Rahmawati. For those who wants to ask, please give reactions of raise hand, and our technician will unmute you. Okay, Miss Ellie, here is one question about what you have delivered just now. The question is about do you have any tip or tricks how to maintain the support group to the mother? Miss Ellie?
Okay. Can I speak bahasa?
Baik, apakah ada pertanyaan dari partisipan? Tadi kami memperhatikan bahwa salah satu hal yang menjadi fokus dari pemaparan dari Ibu Eli Rahmawati adalah tentang supportive, ya Ibu Eli.
Ya.
Baik, apakah bisa dijelaskan lebih lanjut tentang support yang diberikan oleh tenaga kesehatan kepada Ibu?
Oke, support group ini adalah bentuk dari kegiatan pengabdian masyarakat. Dari beberapa penelitian juga telah dipaparkan bahwa kita sebagai tenaga pendidik itu dapat melaksanakan kegiatan yang telah dilakukan. Dalam hal ini saya melakukan kegiatan pembentukan kelompok pendukung ASI di wilayah kelurahan di Balikpapan yang belum memiliki kelompok pendukung ASI. Dari kegiatan ini terbentuklah di 3 RT 3 kelompok pendukung ASI, di mana di dalam hal ini telah saya jelaskan tadi bahwa telah melalui beberapa step-step mulai dari sosialisasi hingga melatih motivator yang nantinya merupakan kekuatan dari kelompok pendukung ini yang nantinya akan berkumpul 6 sampai 12 ibu hamil, demikian ya, atau ditambah dengan ibu yang memiliki bayi bisa maksimal sampai 2 tahun untuk saling sharing pengalaman, saling support dalam pertemuan yang disepakati kurang lebih bisa setiap 2 minggu atau 1 bulan, dan juga ada kegiatan kunjungan rumah yang dilakukan oleh motivator. Jadi di dalam kegiatan support group ini nantinya akan difasilitasi oleh fasilitator. Fasilitator inilah yang telah kita latih. Dalam satu support group itu ada 2 sampai 4 fasilitator yang telah kita latih pada saat tahap-tahap pembentukan KPASI. Demikian. Dan kegiatan ini tentu saja kita tidak berjalan sendiri, telah ada koordinasi sebelumnya karena sebetulnya kegiatan ini juga merupakan kegiatan yang bersama yang dilakukan dengan tim penggerak PKK, kelurahan, lalu PLKB, puskesmas juga terlibat dalam kegiatan ini dan tentu saja berizin kepada Dinas Kesehatan. Nah, bentuk upaya untuk menjaga supaya kegiatan ini terus berjalan adalah dilakukan pembinaan dari kegiatan yang berkelanjutan hingga sampai saat ini. Jadi setiap kali kegiatan itu berjalan, adanya pertemuan sepekan 1 kali, 1 bulan 1 kali, maaf, kita pantau secara berkesinambungan, gitu ya. Dan alhamdulillah sejauh ini terjadi penurunan angka yang bermakna dari ibu yang tidak memberikan KPASI pada daerah binaan yang telah kita bentuk support group tersebut. Barangkali demikian penjelasannya Bu Era.
Baik, terima kasih. Semoga ini dapat memberi pencerahan ya kepada penanya. yang telah kami rangkum. Berarti Ibu Eli, this is about empowering support group by using facilitator that give motivation to the support group. Apakah begitu?
Yes.
Of course, ya. Terima kasih atas jawabannya. Jadi Bapak dan Ibu peserta conference bahwa sudah dilakukan tindakan nyata dari bidan di wilayah kerja Balikpapan terhadap ibu-ibu yang breastfeed mother ya. Dan dibentuk support mereka dikelompokkan menjadi support group. Jadi peer support group begitu ya Bu Eli?
Iya, peer support group dari para anggota yang ikut berpartisipasi dengan difasilitasi oleh fasilitator yang sudah kita latih sebelumnya.
Baik, terima kasih atas jawabannya. Baik, apakah ada pertanyaan lanjutan? Kami persilahkan. Okay, it seems to be one question in the chat box that is based on research. Breastfeeding support groups are very influential on the self-efficacy of breastfeeding mothers. What are the recruitment for the formation of KPASI? Ya, apakah atau bagaimana cara rekrutmen atau pembentukan
seleksi
KPASI?
barangkali.
Ya.
Oke, step pembentukan KPASI begitu ya Bu Era ya?
Yes, maybe.
Oke. Baik. Koordinasi barangkali yang pertama Bu Era. Ini penting sekali dilakukan karena untuk saya sampaikan tadi bahwa yang memiliki wilayah ya di dalam hal ini adalah kelurahan. Kita melakukan sosialisasi kepada pihak kelurahan untuk masuk dari kegiatan ini, lalu penggerak PKK juga terlibat untuk rekrutmen dari motivator, karena di dalam hal ini adalah motivator merupakan kunci dari kegiatan ini. Tentu saja kita juga ke RT, turun ke RT ya untuk menyeleksi secara langsung, bukan menyeleksi ya, kita melakukan sosialisasi dulu di level RT, maksud dari kegiatan kita sejauh mana, lalu kesediaan dari calon-calon motivator, karena ini merupakan kegiatan yang tentu saja termasuk dari community empowerment ya, sehingga keikhlasan atau kesukarelaan dari calon motivator sangat penting sekali. Nah, setelah muncul nama calon motivator dari RT, lalu baru kita akan lakukan step-step kegiatan selanjutnya yang seperti yang saya jelaskan tadi. Jadi sudah ada calon motivator yang sudah muncul gitu dari hubungan kita sebelumnya, atau menghubungi atau sosialisasi dari bawah dari pihak kader biasanya di sini ya. Kita biasanya kerjasama dengan kader. Lalu setelah itu kita sampaikan step selanjutnya bahwa akan dilaksanakan pelatihan untuk sebagai motivator yang didukung tentu saja oleh lurah setempat ya di tempat kita melaksanakan, sehingga lalu ada di SK-kan gitu ya, ada legal aspeknya dari Pak Lurah, baru ada pengukuhan, dan selanjutnya kita lakukan pelatihan gitu ya. Setelah dilatih lalu dikukuhkan, baru dilakukan kegiatan secara rutin, demikian dan seterusnya.
One important question, Miss Ellie, is there any difference between motivator and educator? Because selama ini yang kita pakai for community empowerment adalah people recruited to be educator.
Counseling, like counseling ya.
Ya, kenapa sekarang disebutnya motivator gitu? Is there a difference? Apakah ada perbedaannya dengan istilah educator yang usually we use?
Ada perbedaannya ya. Kalau educator, di dalam hal ini educator mungkin kader, like kader ya. Educator itu lebih banyak akan memberikan edukasi gitu kan ya. Jadi Tetapi di dalam hal ini hanya memfasilitasi para ibu untuk saling sharing dan saling support. Bedanya di situ. Jadi tidak banyak edukasi yang diberikan oleh motivator, makanya dikatakan sebagai motivator bukan edukator. Jadi para motivator ini nantinya akan memberikan memfasilitasi ya, lebih tepatnya memfasilitasi para ibu ini untuk saling berkumpul, itu tadi saling berkumpul untuk menstimulus masing-masing mengemukakan permasalahannya seputaran dengan permasalahan ASI sampai dengan pemberian MPASI. Nah, ketika para peserta ini nanti akan saling sharing dan tidak bisa terjawab pertanyaan, mungkin salah satu ada yang menanyakan, biasanya kan akan muncul ada pertanyaan. Nah, nanti baru motivator ini akan memberikan masukan. Untuk itulah perlunya dilatih dengan beberapa materi yang tadi telah saya sebutkan, mulai dari persiapan ASI selama kehamilan, lalu IMD, kita bekali dengan ilmu IMD, lalu kita berikan modul, demikian ya, dan seterusnya yang setelah saya paparkan tadi.
Baik.
Mungkin begitu Bu Era.
Baik, terima kasih banyak Ibu Eli Rahmawati atas jawabannya. Semoga itu dapat menjawab pertanyaan dari audiens, yaitu Munadia Silmi. Okay, so whatever the term, maybe our focus is to increase the breastfed behavior or breastfeeding activities among mothers, so that the sustainability of breastfeeding can be approached. Okay, next, because our time is up, it comes to an end for Miss Eli Rahmawati, and it's time for us to go submit the certificate of attendance as speaker to Miss Eli Rahmawati from the Director of Health Polytechnic of East Kalimantan.
Okay, thank you so much, Sis Era.
Okay, the certificate.
Yang terhormat Ibu Eli Rahmawati.
Ya, Bu Grace.
Kenapa nggak ada suaraku? Oh, ada.
Ada.
Masih?
Ada, terdengar jelas, Bu Grace.
Oke. Terima kasih. Ya. Saya ulangi, selamat siang kepada Ibu Eli Rahmawati, dosen kebidanan dari Poltekkes Kemenkes Kaltim. Terima kasih untuk menjadi pembicara pada webinar hari ini. Kiranya apa yang disampaikan bisa berguna untuk kita yang menjadi partisipan, dan apalagi untuk mahasiswa yang ikut mendengar, sehingga mereka tahu bahwa apa itu bedanya konseling dengan motivator. Ini kami serahkan sertifikat, kiranya ini bisa berguna bagi Ibu dan untuk kita semua Poltekkes, di mana Center of Excellence-nya kita bisa meningkat. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih.
Sehat selalu.
Amin. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih moderator.
Terima kasih.
Baik, setelah penyerahan sertifikat, and now we are going to the a fourth speaker from Health Polytechnic of East Kalimantan, representing the technology of health analysis. We welcome Mr. Igede Andika Sukarya, Sarjana Terapan, Magister of Immunology. Oke, apa Okay. Mr. Gede, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Please allow me to read the curriculum vitae of Igede Andika Sukarya, Sarjana Sains Terapan, Magister of Immunology. His education starts from 2008 from Analis Kesehatan or Health Analysis from Manggala, Yogyakarta, and then he continued his bachelor degree from Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health of Yogyakarta in 2010, and then he continued his master degree in immunology in 2018 from University of Airlangga, Surabaya. From his long work experience, we invite him to be the last speaker of this conference. To Mr. Igede Andika Sukarya kami persilahkan.
Distinguished guests, Director Polytechnic of East Kalimantan,
Director General of Indonesia Ministry of Health, of all spectator and all participants. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Igede Andika Sukarya. I am from Medical Laboratory Technology Department. Today, I want to discuss about immunoglobulin G in breast milk and serum of nursing mother after being infected with COVID-19. My presentation subject divided into the three parts. First one, Let me introduce a brief profile and tourism in East Kalimantan. Part 2 about immune system in breast milk. Part 3 about immunoglobulin G in breast milk and serum of nursing mother after being infected with COVID. East Kalimantan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I present brief profile East Kalimantan. East Kalimantan is the which province in Indonesia. Broadly, region is about 245,237.80 kilometer square, about 1/2 point of Java Island and Madura, or 11% from Indonesia region with total. Located of province is located on Kalimantan Island. Yeah. The capital province is Samarinda City. This province about a direct with neighbor state Sabah and Sarawak is Malaysia. Now, it will be area is support from the capital of Indonesia, Nusantara. Its Kalimantan has been a tourism object such as Derawan Archipelago in Berau, Bukit Bengkira and Kutai Kartanegara, Unmul Botanical Garden in Samarinda, the Crocodile Branding in Balikpapan, their branding in Penajam, yeah, Dayak Pampang Kampung in Samarinda, and many more. Another famous Derawan is Sangkali Island. Sangkali Island is small island and covering area of 15.9 hectare. This island is one of the island that are part of Derawan Archipelago. Derawan is island, a group of island famous around the world. Yeah. Aside from Sangkalaki Island, other famous Island and Derawan Island and Kakabang and Derawan Island. Yeah. Sangkalaki Island is located the water of the northern peninsula of Berau. Mosis turtle, the water endangered species that include species of Hausak bill and grand turtle live in Sangkalaki Island. Not only that, but Sangkalaki Island is also major nesting site for grand turtle in South Asia. Well, the location this seminar is the Samarinda City. This is a short video in Samarinda City. let's go into the discuss of the immune system in breast milk. Breastfeeding has an important role helping the health and growth of the baby. First, breast milk in a passive immunity B, immunoglobulin A, protect against infection, reduce the risk of celiac disease, regulation of gut permeability, reduce of gastrointestinal infection, prevent tissue transglutinate expression, bioactive antimicrobial factor, the maturation of gut, develop of infant innate and accurate immune system, extract of immunogulatory via suppression of autoimmunogenic T cell, antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory agents such as blocking of the inflammatory cytokine production by lactoferrin, protect against infection via oligosaccharides. Transfer of antibody to breast milk. Top picture, plasma cell from nucleosal tissue home to the mammary gland. Following a semokin PC motif ligand 28, semokin gradient generate B, evolving a mammary tissue. Bottom picture, the plasma cell produce immunoglobulin A and immunoglobulin M, which pass into breast milk by polymeric immunoglobulin receptor on the mammary epithelium. Immunoglobulin G, original from the blood, is transferred into the breast milk via a neonatal Fc receptor expressed to mammary epithelium cell. Ini anatomi mammary gland. The mammary gland consists to milk produce. During lactation, this bracing ductal system expand to support milk production. The wall of the ducts of the mammary gland consists of two epithelium cells. First, cuboidal ductal epithelium cell and myoepithelial cell. The lobe of the mammary gland consists to 10 to 20 alveoli. Milk production occur in the alveoli by lactocyte that differentiate from the ductal epithelium. The epithelial cell express the polymeric immunoglobulin receptor and the neonatal Fc receptor, with direct transport the maternal antibody into the breast milk. Breast milk antibody recognition and segregation mensal from the good epithelium. The picture, breast milk antibody present in the left picture, maternal immunoglobulin G. Maternal antibody from breast milk bind to microbe in the neonatal gut, sparingly segregation microba from the good epithelium. The maternal antibody prevent the penetration of bacteria